Good morning. Call the meeting to order. Welcome to the 14th of January 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Please stand for a moment of silence and reflection. Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome a new member of the board, Blanny Chang Miller. We'll take some time at the end of the meeting to ask you a little bit about yourself and give you a chance to join us and speak. All right, we have a number of people here today, and I will go over the rules as we go along since it's a new year and we've got new people here. So at the beginning of each planning commission meeting, we allow time for a comment period for up to 3 minutes on any topic that does not appear on the agenda. The comment period lasts for 10 minutes. So if anyone would like to come forward and speak to us about something that's not on the agenda today, please come forward. All right, I'm already aware that the cold medicine is kicking in, so if I'm stumbling around, please forgive me. Is there anyone here that, I want to make some changes to the agenda. So is there anyone here that came to speak on CP 1219 that's on new business? This is a request to amend the MAP T1 street plan of the 2030 comprehensive plan. Is there anyone here that came to speak about that? Okay, could you please come forward for a second? This case has not yet gone to the CAC, so we typically defer these until they've gone to the CAC. Is there anything that you need to say that can't wait until after it comes back? All right, thank you. Then we're going to defer this case. Who's here from staff on CP 1219? So what date can we defer this forward to?
I believe that the case is scheduled to be presented to the CAC on February the 3rd.
That's what we've requested, have not heard back yet.
So the vote would, and the liaison from Housing Neighborhoods that request has been submitted. That would put the vote at the March CAC meeting of the Central CAC.
Okay, so we'll schedule this for the second meeting in March?
Second meeting in March, and the vote should be in hand by then.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Also, Z4419 Gresham Lake Road and Litchford Road has not had a vote from the CAC. Is there anyone that came to speak about that today? All right, then who's representing that case? Okay, so from staff, who's representing that case? So what meeting can we defer this forward to?
Good morning. To the commission's next meeting will be sufficient. They'll have a vote next week, so the 28th will work.
Great. And then that's what we'll do. Thank you. All right, moving on, we're going to go into old business, and I'm going to tell you about the procedure for that. So during review of the items on the agenda, the applicant and proponents will have an opportunity to speak on an item for a total of 10 minutes. Then the opponents will have an opportunity to, the proponents and the applicant will have 10 minutes, then the opponents will have 10 minutes. Each speaker gets 2 minutes to speak, and we ask that speakers not duplicate comments. After all the comments, the applicant will have an additional 2 minutes to respond to issues or questions raised. If public comment and the applicant have already had an opportunity during old business to speak at a previous meeting, we have to vote to allow more time to speak. So that would require a 3/4 vote from the members present on the Planning Commission. So we have cases in old business that fall into both categories, some that we've already heard about and some that we haven't heard about. So we're going to have a mix of that as we go along. So our first case is CP 619.
Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. I believe that the applicant is here to speak regarding a deferral of this case.
Oh, okay. Yes, please.
Yeah. Good morning, Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners. Again, we've kind of been holding this in order for the rezoning case to catch up, and the rezoning case will be before you at your next meeting on the 28th. And so we would ask just to pair it up.
So we can just table this until then?
Yep.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you. So we'll defer this case to the 28th. All right, the next case is TCZ 519 3708 Rock Quarry Road.
Good morning. Mark Collins, City Planning. This is a case that was presented to you last month. Just to run through it quickly, this is an amendment to the conditions associated with zoning case Z 1917. And the property is located at 3708 Rock Quarry Road, which you can see is at the intersection, the southeast intersection, or southeast corner of the intersection of Rock Quarry and Sunnybrook. There are 3 conditions that currently govern the property. These conditions regulate the use of the property as residential and minor utility. It sets a maximum density of 14 dwelling units per acre, and there's a condition for deeding of a transit easement to the city. The applicant is requesting to modify the condition relative to the dwelling units per acre, and they're wishing to increase that from 14 to 29 units or dwelling units per acre. This was presented to the South CAC in November of last year and was approved at a vote of 10, 3, and 5. And this was deferred. The applicant was not here last month to speak on the application. They are here today to speak on this application.
All right.
Staff can answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Okay, if the applicant could please come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a project that we are,
Before you start, could you give us your name and address, please?
sorry, Zach Sunderland with Haven Developers. And my address is 220 North Briggs Avenue in Durham,
Okay,
North
thank you.
Carolina.
Thank you.
This parcel is currently zoned RX3, and so the base density is unlimited per the base zoning. The conditional use is what we're looking to modify to not increase the density to the base zoning of unlimited, but simply increase it from the 14 to 29 units. Everything else about the development is by right. And so this one piece just allows us to accommodate a multifamily project we're planning, which is a partnership with Wake County to serve a mixed income development.
Thank you. Is that
Yeah,
all
I'm
you
happy
need
to answer
share?
any
Okay.
questions, yeah.
All right. Travis, could you, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant before we hear from the public?
I have one question. This sounds like a terrific project with affordable housing at various price levels. Is that written into the conditions of the rezoning or not?
No, no, it is not.
May I ask why not?
From what I understand, it's not a rezoning. We're just doing a text amendment on the conditional use, and so it's already zoned appropriately for this, and so the development is by right besides the conditional use.
Not exactly. You have a right to 14 units an acre, and you're asking to double that on the premise that you are going to build affordable housing, and I hope you do. It'd be
Sure, that
great
might
if you
be a
do.
better question for Mark.
Mr. Holland, could you come forward and ask or tell us about whether we can add a condition or a condition could be added for mixed income housing?
It's my understanding that part of their funding for this is that it be built as affordable housing.
Sure, that's correct.
So without that element, then there is no funding for the project. Is that correct?
So Mark, I guess this is a question for you. If for some reason this project does not come through with the funding, does the zoning revert to what it is now?
Well, what it gets approved for or recommended for approval for today, and what the council ultimately approves, is it would be changed in that manner.
So,
I would also say that these are, it's a weird process because it's a text amendment to rezoning conditions. But I would also, Mark might be able to give you some guidance on what the text amendment was authorized for as well. Sometimes they're for specific conditions, and I'm not sure, honestly, in this case, what the text amendment was authorized for. Because usually it's specific to changing specific conditions.
Yeah, it was authorized to change the number of units per acre.
Authorized by council?
By council, yes.
Okay.
And the same presentation was you know, the understanding by the city council was at that time that this would be housing for affordable housing. That was communicated to the council.
To answer your
at the
question,
time of
though,
the petition.
it wouldn't, sorry, Mark, it wouldn't revert back to a prior rezoning. It's just not a condition of the
Right.
rezoning, so.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Mr. Bowers, did you, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just had one about the letter that was in the packet from Wake County, I guess. The grant funds, where is that in the process? Is that finalized and designated and allocated to y'all, or? I know it's tricky, but.
It's tricky.
Yeah.
It's hard to answer that question directly, so I'm not trying to skirt the answer to that, but it's, it'd probably be a better question for Wake County than for me.
But you've gone through an application process and you've been
Correct.
selected.
Correct.
And so now you have to go through the steps towards
That's correct.
receiving and fulfilling requirements of their funding, correct?
That's correct, and we're
Okay.
pretty far along in that process, but just to, not to a point where I feel comfortable answering a question on behalf of Wake County, rather than answer that question for themselves. But as far as that project is concerned, that is the project for the site specifically, and so the project is associated with those grant funds, which has the requirement of being the mixed income, and so that is the project that we will be developing here, assuming the text amendment is approved.
So just to clarify that you have you been selected, or are other people still kind of
We've
open?
been selected.
You've been selected,
Correct.
and so in order to receive that award, you have to have this.
The selection is based on our team doing the development. It's not necessarily based on any specific variable, I guess. So they're not necessarily two processes tied together. They're two separate processes. That's a hard question to answer. I'm sorry.
Director Bowers, did you have another comment Mr. Bowers, did you have another comment you were
I was
poised
going to
to speak
attempt to
a minute
answer the
ago?
question, but I believe this
Okay.
attorney's office has answered.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, so we have 9 minutes to hear from the public, 2 minutes per. So is there anyone here that came to speak in support of this application? Seeing none, is there anyone who came to speak in opposition to this application? All right, let's bring it back to the table. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, this seems like the wrong process for this. The council really should have authorized a text change contingent on this being an affordable housing project. However, they didn't do that. So my understanding is we either approve this project as proposed and trust that it will be built as proposed, or we get in its way. I'm not inclined to get in its way, so I'll vote yes. But I think the process is poor.
My only thought would be if the award is not contingent on our vote to change the text, maybe you could come back after the board's secured. That's the only other thought I have. But again, I don't want to hold up the process.
Yeah, once the zoning has been approved, there won't be a reason to come back if the Wake County doesn't provide the funding. So there is no the clawback, as far as I know, no way to claw back the
But
case.
that's what I'm saying, is that since the Wake County funding is not dependent on the zoning, we could wait until the Wake County funding has been
I see what you're
approved.
saying. Mhm.
And then we could vote on the change. But
May I?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I think I misunderstood your question earlier. It's not necessarily contingent on the text amendment, but the project will not be accommodated on the site without the text amendment, which would then lead to the funding source not be approvable because of the requirements of the project, as far as the minimum number of units to accommodate the funding source, if that makes sense.
if that's the case, then that's kind of, those conundrums are kind of
Yeah.
prevalent in our industry.
Usually have to get, you
Yeah.
almost have to like front the entitlements
Yeah,
to then, even though you're selected for the funds,
Yeah.
you have to deliver almost a full project before.
yeah. So I think you would get a letter of commitment. Are you doing tax credits on it too?
That's correct, 4%.
Yeah, so you'd have to have a commitment letter ready. Yeah, so, yeah, this is normal.
So just for the attorney, Catherine, would it be legal for city council to authorize a text change contingent on the inclusion of affordable housing requirements? They didn't do that, but could they do that?
Again, this is it's a weird process because it's like a rezoning. You're changing a zoning condition. So I would defer to the same legal principles that would apply to adding any affordable housing condition in a rezoning case, which is you look at the comprehensive plan as a whole to determine whether it's needed for consistency with the comprehensive plan, and you look at the specific proposal of each one with the development individually. So I don't know if I could say one answer, it's legal or not legal as a blanket answer. I think you'd have to look at the specific proposal and the case to see if it's needed for consistency with the comp plan.
Okay. Well, I would argue that in this case, it would have been, what makes this doubling of residential entitlement consistent with the comp plan is the inclusion of affordable housing. So I would suggest that council be a little more careful about the text changes they authorize. But again, I'm not going to vote no on this project. It's a good project.
Any more comments or conversation about this case before we make a motion? Are we ready to make a motion? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of TCZ 519 being consistent with the comprehensive plan as presented.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Moving on. Z619, we've seen this case multiple times. It's come back to us again. Please go ahead, Mr. Clem.
Yep, thank you. So I will be brief. You have heard this case many times. Your deadline for action is February 25th. It was held at the last meeting to allow the applicant to correct a technical error in one of the conditions that has been done. The CAC on the previous case voted in favor 15-0 on the condition that affordable housing be provided as a zoning condition. Now, that has occurred. The applicant had gone back since to the Central CAC and shared the update with them. They do not intend to vote on the new case. It was reported to me that they were pleased with the offering of the zoning condition. You previously recommended approval 6-1, and City Council had the public hearing. They sent it back to you all to allow those changes to occur to the height and the affordable housing condition. And your deadline for action is February 25th.
Okay. So just to be clear, the two conditions that have changed are the height from 20 to 40, and that we've got a condition for affordable units in the
Correct.
project. Okay,
That's right.
Thank you. All right, any questions for staff? So we've heard from the public before on this, but just because it's changed so materially, I think we should have the opportunity to hear from everyone again.
I agree with you. I think it was sent back to you because it's such a change that it's almost like a new application, so I would treat it as such.
Okay. All right.
Just to rewind to 2019, we did talk about it at 40 stories already once, correct?
Right, but that was not part of the conditions.
I believe, and you might want to discuss with the applicant, but at that time, the application requested a rezoning for 20 stories. You might have had just some discussion about additional stories, but the application at that time was for 20 stories, and now it's for 40 stories, which is a change to the application that requires it to come back.
I think you might be thinking the other 40-story project. All right, so do we need to vote since we've heard this before? Okay, all right.
Application,
All
you can
right.
just start from.
So if the applicant would like to come forward and speak to us, please come forward.
Good morning, Mac Paul, Morningstar, 421 Fayetteville Street. Here on behalf of Cam Raleigh, we have Gab Smith, Charles Long, who owns the center of the block where HQ Raleigh is, and Gary Fields, who owns the far southern end of the block. We did talk about this, I think we kind of went around the last meeting, and everyone heard the changes. So I'm not going to do another presentation. We do have a new member of the Planning Commission, so I would invite you, if you do want to see any images or have more information, I'm happy to share that. But I want to be respectful of everyone's time, and I know you got a lot on the agenda today. So I'll kind of leave it to you. The main thing is, once we left Planning Commission previously, we had a positive vote with one planning commissioner who voted against it, wanting to see an affordable housing condition, got to City Council in November, and there was further interest in affordable housing, and I don't know if offer is the right word, but an opening whether additional height would get the applicant comfortable with introducing a condition on affordable housing. The owners and applicants have always been committed to do affordable housing, but had been reluctant locking down specifically what that would look like, since we're early in the process. It's kind of a new tool in Raleigh that was impermissible until last year. So we've only seen a couple of cases now with an affordable housing condition associated with it. But with that evaluation, we got comfortable. The City Council voted to send us to make those two changes, go to 40 stories, and offers a condition on affordable housing, which we did at Planning Commission, and that's where we are now, hoping to go back to City Council and here to answer any questions that you might have. And again, if you want to have more information, I certainly can share it.
Thank you. I've seen those previous meetings. So.
Okay, great.
All right, are there any questions for the applicant? Any? All right, so we have almost 8 minutes for public comment in support. Is there anyone that wants to come forward to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, is there anyone here that wants to come forward and speak in opposition to this application? All right, seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the table. Any conversation or comments or questions?
I have a few comments. First, I just wanted to start by saying it's very commendable, the process that this project has taken, and you've taken so much input from us, from council, from the public, and have really worked to create a project that is supportive of Raleigh and the things that folks are saying that they want. I think keeping the affordable housing aspect of it was a pretty tall order, and I'm surprised it came back to us with it, and I know that took some effort to make that happen. Along that line, I just wanted to make a comment that I know you followed the structure of kind of what's been offered in terms of policy for affordable housing, and I feel like those terms are just way too short. And I would just propose that as a city, we work to provide folks like you who want to do development that is supportive of what the city is saying it wants, the people are saying what they want, to provide a framework that will allow affordable housing to be built in a way that is sustainable and truly affordable over the long term. I think a 5-year time frame for the lower income aspect, you know, by the time the CO is attained and you get everything going, 5 years is almost up. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that. Also, I think for the warehouse district, it might be helpful for us to have some policy that would help us guide developers to not completely destroy the warehouse district, maybe provide policy for, I think, again, this project is very commendable in that it's retaining some of the existing structure and stepping back the new construction so that the fabric of the warehouse district isn't completely lost, and also hopefully won't have this kind of stage-like quality. And so I think as commissioners, it would be helpful to have some guidance to help developers continue to make those right decisions in that area so we can have appropriate density and also respect the original warehouse district. And then so anyway, I think I had some issues with the height. I think some guidance too for height, you know, I'm gonna guess that 40 stories is probably more than you need, but 20 is not enough. So, you know, it might be helpful to provide in this particular sensitive area some guidance in how to not just completely change what the fabric of that area looks like. And then lastly, I've had some local business, small business people approach me about construction staging, and I think Cam probably could speak to that as well, but it's really hard on those businesses. And if there's a way for us to help provide guidance and how that can happen to protect the businesses that are on there. You know, I think nobody wants to see small local businesses go out of business because our city is growing. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't want to lose the thread on those 4 items. So is there a place where we might be able to take those up? Mr.
Sure. If the commission wants to have further discussion about any of those topics, you certainly can do so at the table. You can refer it to one of your subcommittees. It really is up to you.
It seems like that they would be good conversation for strategic planning, perhaps, because you know, our agendas in here and the full planning commission have been pretty packed lately. So trying to take it up in here when we're trying to cram everything into 3 hours is pretty tough. So would the strategic planning committee be willing to pick up on some of this conversation?
Sure. We're meeting Thursday morning at 9, and our agenda is to talk about what we want to consider over the course of the coming year. So okay. I think these items just moved. If they weren't already at the top of the list, all right, we can put them at the top of the list. Particularly, I agree with Tika, the affordable housing conditions. I'm so glad this project has an affordable housing condition offered. That said, it's a very weak condition, and we need to strengthen that going forward. The previous project, I mean, they didn't write it in the conditions, but 2/3 of that project was to be affordable at a very low income level or a moderate income level. This one is minimal. However, I was the no vote the first time around because it had no affordable housing conditions, so I want to claim victory and vote yes this time.
All right, so thank you for taking them up in strategic planning, those items. Are there any other comments or anything else, questions that folks would like to express at this time?
Just affirming that it's commendable that they're working through it when there's no real firm policies at hand.
Thank you. All right, let's move towards having a motion. Is there anyone here ready to make a motion on this case?
Motion to approve though the case is inconsistent with relevant policies in the comp plan and the future land use map, approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest due to adding a need in affordable housing and a need in density in downtown area of Raleigh. So I move for approval.
Second.
Any further conversation before we take a vote?
Does this need
So
a,
you just might want to just state that the change,
Okay.
again, you're just advising, in the future land use map, my notes say community mixed use to central business district.
Okay, so from community mixed use to central business.
All right. Anything else? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Moving on. Take me a
Alright.
second to scroll down. Go
This
ahead.
is Z 3619. It's a request to rezone about 17 acres at the intersection of New Hope Road and Pool Road from CX3 to CX4 with a parking limited frontage. The Southeast CAC voted 3 in favor and 15 in opposition to the request. Your deadline for action is February 11th. This map shows the zoning in the immediate area. Basically, everything north of Pool Road is industrial mixed use. South of Pool, you can see more commercial mixed use at 3-story height limits, as well as some office and residential mixed use. Here's an aerial photo. You can see that much of the property is wooded towards the back. It also slopes towards that property boundary to the north. There is a creek or tributary back there that will accommodate the development of a future greenway. Most of the existing developed land use in the area is light industrial. There's some retail just to the south. And if you look at the far corners of the screen, there is low density residential. This is a view of the property. You can see where it slopes down to the back, where that creek is, and this is, of course, at the intersection. Comparison of your proposed and existing zoning. You can see the 3 to 4-story height limit increases entitlement just a bit. Same here. The retail stays the same, of course, assuming just 1 story of retail. It is inconsistent with the future land use map. The property is designated as neighborhood mixed use, and the request is for commercial mixed use, which is kind of the next step up in the ladder. It is also important to note that the existing zoning would be considered inconsistent with this as well. So an increase to the height here is no more consistent with a guidance of the future land use map. We've included some new analysis in our staff report, so the carbon emissions analysis for the site. It is in line with the city's walk score and transit scores. The transit score isn't anticipated to increase based on some future planned facilities in the area, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Of course, the zoning will also bring smaller, more efficient units via the apartment building type. They're permitted there at 3 stories. There will be permitted at 4 stories as well, so more of them. This is the existing bus service in the area. The map is a little washed out here. This is New Hope. It comes right this way. There are 3 routes that serve the area. The 55X comes from Busway to downtown, and that's 40 minutes peak hour during the week. And then you've got the 18S, which runs the same route from here. That's 60-minute service during the week. And then the Route 18 runs from downtown to the Battle Bridge Shopping Center, and that's 60 minutes, 7 days a week. And the future bus service in the area is the same. It will maintain those service routes, but there is future plans to have a park and ride facility here on Busway, and so that will include just more amenities, of course a parking area for people to come in and commute into town, and other physical structures and things to improve the comfort of those waiting on the bus. Affordability, so this does increase the housing supply in the city. There are no subsidized units offered, of course, a variety of housing types. It does permit the apartment building type, townhome, and single-family building types. Smaller lots, of course, via the multi-family development type, and it is in walking distance of various transit options. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan overall. It's inconsistent with the future land use map, just because of the uses permitted in the CX district. Some policies for your consideration, inconsistent with the future land use map. So that would mean, if approved, the property would be redesignated as community mixed use, and that's what it would look like here. There are no outstanding issues. It is a general use case. There are no conditions offered, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just to reiterate, even the current zoning would be inconsistent with the future land use map at this point. So
yeah, if they were requesting that zoning, that's correct.
Yeah,
it would be inconsistent.
All right. Any questions for staff before we move on? Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Does going from 3 to 4 stories, like I'm just trying to wrap my head around the like goals here. I mean, I understand height, but does it allow anything additional aside from square footage? Is there any sort of trigger or anything?
No, the entitlements increase for the office and residential development types. Basically, retail is effectively the same because it would all be on just the first story. I believe the applicants presented in the meetings that I attended with them that the ability to go to 4 stories allows them to have enough parking for their development layout, basically. So it would be surface parking. It's pretty typical from what I've seen in their presentation of just an apartment complex. But just that additional height, I think, accommodates more units. I hope that answers your question.
Well, in that same vein, your staff report suggests that more intense uses would be allowed in a community mixed-use area.
That's right. So
and that this application could also be an NX4, for NX4 and not CX4.
That's right.
Could you, what are the more intense uses that would be allowed in a community mixed use but not in a neighborhood mixed use?
Right. So the things that come to mind would be, I want to say like gas stations, I think are permitted there. I want to look more, through the code. I don't have it all on the top of my head, but just more intense land uses, things that would serve generally a larger, catchment area for retail traffic. A neighborhood mixed use is supposed to accommodate smaller uses, neighborhood serving within a few miles. Yeah, thank you. So Bynum has just told me major vehicle repair, self-service storage, and hotels are some of the more intense land uses that are permitted in CX
And
that
they're
are not permitted in
Are they
NX.
conditioned out of this, or?
No, this is a general use rezoning request.
I see that, looks like the CAC vote was 3, 4, and 15 no. Can you talk a little bit about what the concerns were there?
Yeah, so, and perhaps the applicant can speak a little closer to that, but I believe there is some agreements between the seller and the buyer as to what types of development can go on the property as conditions of sale of the real estate. And so that was much of the conversation at the CAC. I think there are limitations to the amount of retail that can go on the property, and the community members who were in attendance at the CAC thought it's a great place for more retail, which I believe the buyers are prohibited from doing through a private contract.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff at this time? All right, so let's bring forward the applicant.
Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Worth Mills, address 2235 Gateway Access Point, Suite 201, Raleigh, NC. I'm joined by Kenyon Burnham, an applicant for this rezoning. Just to touch on a couple of questions that were brought up by the Planning Commission. So the reason that we are rezoning from CX3 to CX4, there's a couple reasons. One, the applicant has developed 4-story multifamily units in the Wake County area, specifically the Foxwood Apartments at Triangle Town Center. So there's familiarity with this type of product at 4 stories. At 4 stories, economically, it makes sense to include elevators, so you have increased access for residents. And we wanted to make this as straightforward of a rezoning as possible, just, really framing it as a 1-story increase to accomplish both of those goals. I'll touch on the reason for the general use case as opposed to the conditional use case. So the seller here is Walmart, and Walmart has included a litany of private use restrictions on the property, which basically eliminate all options for retail on the site. Walmart was, so while they are doing that in a private sense, Walmart was unwilling to sign a conditional zoning use application, and as well as include some of those private use restrictions into the rezoning application, which would most likely bring us into conformance or into more consistency with the future land use map. So that kind of put us at a bind as to how we were going to proceed here, knowing that Walmart was unwilling to kind of join in the rezoning process. And given who the seller is in this case, we feel pretty confident that no matter who the buyer would be and who would ultimately develop the property, that these private use restrictions would follow regardless of the development. So the ability to include retail here is dictated by Walmart's reluctance to join in on the rezoning application. So in that sense, while this is a commercial mixed-use site that under normal circumstances would allow those more intense uses that are inconsistent with the neighborhood mixed use, those uses by and large are prohibited based on that contract with Walmart. Just on a kind of a larger scale, as Matt noted, most of the properties surrounding us are zoned IX3, at least those properties to the north of Pool Road. Those to the south are a mix of residential mixed use, office mixed use, and commercial mixed use. So, we feel that the rezoning request to CX is reasonable given the surrounding properties, and the rezoning to allow for an additional story of height is not going to impose any types of hardships on the surrounding communities given the zoning districts and given the types of uses that are located there. So, in conclusion, we're maintaining the same base district as the current zoning, just going to one more story and adding the parking limited frontage to push those buildings closer to the street. And this rezoning will help facilitate the development of multifamily housing, which, given the private use restrictions enacted by Walmart, is likely the highest and best use for the property. If you have any questions for myself or for Kenyon, we'll be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
I have a question for you. So going back to the CAC, so the reason for the votes against your case at the CAC were primarily because they weren't going to get the retail that they hoped to have, and that's being ruled out by the private agreement with Walmart. Is that? That's correct. Okay. And the two times that we did go to the CAC attendees made it very clear that they want to see retail in this area. And while the chances of that happening here are very unlikely, there are other cases in the area that are proposing mixed-use development. So there is some optimism there to include more retail in this area. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Just an odd question. Is the Walmart contract that's indefinite? Like it'll carry with the land?
Yes. Yeah, so those are private use covenants that would run with the land.
And so even if it were to trade later, it all is consistent, like those provisions will carry on for.
That's my understanding.
So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, because they own the property, they are not, and they have to approve the rezoning application, you're saying that they won't allow you to attach any conditional zoning?
So for general use rezoning cases, a third party is able to file. So in that sense, Walmart is not a part of the rezoning. They're aware of it. They support it, but they are not willing to sign their name to that and add zoning conditions to that. We've asked them, we've requested them to join in and make this a conditional use zoning case, but they are uncooperative in that sense.
Under state law, conditional use rezoning cases can only be initiated by the property owner, and only those conditions consented to and signed by the property owner can be a part of the case.
So the new property owner would not be able to undo it?
If it's rezoned, then the rezoning would stay regardless of the property owner.
But I think you were asking about the private sale agreement, if those agreements about retail transfer with the sale of the property, is that?
Yeah, I mean,
okay?
like for sake of discussion, 20 years from now,
It's not covenants. It's not like land covenants.
Yeah.
Versus.
So it will carry.
I guess that's where you get into the legal world where, whether it's like.
I don't know what the private.
Yeah, please use your
agreement-
microphone when you're. Yeah.
I don't know what the private agreement looks like between the parties.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the private agreement will carry as the land changes ownership?
My understanding is that those private use restrictions would run with the land.
Okay. So that seems to be.
Yeah, and I guess
And that's something we can't control.
Yeah, and from my perspective, it's, as you're planning the city, and then this particular pocket is limited because Walmart said so, and as we go on, I mean, it's a handicap, I think. But.
However, I mean, it's 3 versus 4 stories.
Yeah. And
it's 50 acres. And I mean, I feel like if it's, if you're seasoned builders, developers, I don't I'm not privy to all the information where you need the extra stories. I know that there's a bunch of blue line streams on here, but it's like close on the property and then set conditions that help the neighborhood and us feel better.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the suggested change. It's just shocking that it's.
But that would be possible, right? From a legal standpoint?
I'm sorry.
To just close on the property? To actually become the owners and then come back and ask for the additional story with conditions?
Right. If any conditional zoning case has to be initiated by the property owner.
Yeah.
So if whoever is the property owner at the time can initiate a conditional rezoning case.
Yeah. And they can initiate conditions. I mean, I guess Walmart could litigate, but if it doesn't adhere to any of the conditions that Walmart has, they're free to put as many conditions as they want, as long as they don't go against any sort of private agreements.
And again, I don't want to kind of give any legal advice on a private agreement between the parties, so I don't know if I could answer that question for you.
And just a note, this is only 17 acres.
17, yeah. So Walmart is the applicant?
No, sir, we're the applicant.
Potential buyer is the applicant, and as a condition of the purchase, then you would have the zoning and.
That's right.
Yeah.
If the rezoning is approved, we are obligated to close on the property subject to the private use restrictions included by Walmart.
And if you don't get these particular approvals, then you can't close, is what I'm assuming.
That's my understanding.
Okay, that's where it's all coming in. Okay.
Any more questions for the applicant before we hear from the public? Okay, we have 5.5 minutes for the public to come forward and speak in support. So is there anyone here who would like to come forward and speak in support of this case? Seeing no one, is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak in opposition? Please come forward. So we have 10 minutes for opposition, 2 minutes per person.
Good morning. Dr. Ulysses Lane, 2709 Talbot Court West, Chair of Southeast Citizen Advisory Committee Council. I just wanted to make a few comments about this because, as you know, the Southeast is designated as a growth area for Raleigh. We're getting an increased number of rezoning requests, and we are concerned about the quality of life and how all this growth is going to flow for us and be well coordinated. We are concerned about the traffic at that New Hope and Pool Road section. It's already bad, and we know that could make it worse. So even though they didn't say that, we know there's traffic studies that's done. We know neighborhoods that already have increased traffic problems. So we want to make sure that it's addressed now and don't complain about the problem later that we know may come. We were disappointed in Walmart because they were first going to come and bring up a facility. They withdrew that facility for what reason we don't know, but they put this restriction in. We don't understand how they slipped that in on us. I can understand why they did it, but I don't know how we can avoid that in the future. Because we're looking for, in the quality of life, we're looking for a variety of things in our community and neighborhood, and this is retail. We want to be the right type of retail stores and businesses into our community as it grows. And so these are the things that we're looking at and where you can help us with that. Because when it comes to us, we want to be able to voice our opinion. So I did want to make those comments, even though we like to see the residential come, but we're disappointed with the way it came. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Please come forward. State your name and address, please.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Marcus Stamps. I live in Tanglewood subdivision. It's right near where this development is going. So I guess it were two main things. One of them was the density with apartments in that area. There's a very congested location already, so 300 units, 4 stories. That was a big concern. And the Walmart piece was very surprising how that can happen. I mean, we're looking forward to like a neighborhood store type of thing. So part of that, I think I don't know what the mechanisms are to kind of push back, because I kind of heard you guys kind of talking about if the city has this kind of plan for development, but for an owner to put restrictions on a new owner is kind of crazy. I get it's Walmart, so it's me here pushing back on Walmart on something like that. So to let the city know that, just like Mr. Ulysses said, that we don't agree with that. And some of the things with the development as far as moving it closer to the street, to me, to make it more, I guess, available for walking. There's nothing to walk to in that area. There's nothing, that's kind of why we wanted some retail there. There's nothing but fire station, some gas stations. There's nothing there. The Old Town community that's further down the road that may be speaking to, that may come to fruition. That's a beautiful thing if that happens. We voted for that. But there's nothing in that area that said that you have anywhere where people can walk to enjoy those amenities as far as greenways and things like that. And it just adds to congestion in our area. So as part of this type of development, I hope there's some type of overall plan to improve the traffic and the amount of road space and things like that for the people living in that area, because it's already very congested. So just want to voice our opinion on that.
Thank you. So before we go on to the next speaker, do we have a plan for that area of town that speaks to any of this? I'm sorry.
A specific area, specific
plan?
plan?
An area plan, yeah.
No.
Has there been any conversation about an area plan for this part of the city?
I'm not aware of any specific conversation for this particular area. I mean, we do have obviously land use guidance in the area, but
You'll get a second opportunity. All right, so we may want to add that to the strategic plan list as a topic, an area plan for this area of South Raleigh.
Okay, well, we'll certainly put that on for discussion. And by the way,
Thank you.
everyone is welcome.
Thank you.
at
Thank
the
you.
Strategic
I
Planning
understand.
Committee, 9 a.m.
It's another one of those things I don't want to lose the thread of.
Yes, no,
because
I
it sounds to me like there is a lot of development in that area, and there isn't a lot of coordination that I'm aware of about the whole corridor. So, thank you. We do still have time for more people to speak in opposition. Is there anyone else who would like to come speak?
I have a question first for
Okay.
the Deputy City Attorney. Just to What is the Planning Commission permitted to inquire or know about with respect to these private agreements?
I think you can ask the applicant. I mean, the applicant's welcome to tell you whatever they, any additional background and information. I don't think you're limited in what you can inquire and ask about. I just can't give you any, I haven't seen the agreements. I can't give you any legal opinions on the enforceability of those, or, you know, if they run with the land. But I think you're not limited in discussing that with the applicant.
Are we entitled or permitted to request to see a copy of it?
If they want to provide a copy of it, they can do that. It's up to the applicant. I would discuss that with them.
Okay.
But does that contract become public then, at that point, if we request a copy of it? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
it's.
So Walmart has a private agreement which it is trying to impose on this case, but if next year Walmart decides, hey, we don't really care about that private agreement anymore, and by the way, where is Raleigh? It won't be enforced, right? The city won't enforce it, and if they don't enforce it, it goes away.
You're correct that if it's a private agreement, the city would not be a party to that, would not be enforcing that.
My guess on how that would go, based on Walmart, is they would just sit on it forever. That would be my guess.
That's their reputation, yes. So far.
All right.
Yes, my name is Harold Parker. I'm off of Barwell Road. I just say this, I'm new to the zoning and all of this good stuff, but I can speak on about traffic. It takes me about 45 minutes to get home. I do not want any additional development that's gonna be in that area. We already got a Amazon on the other end off of old Jones Sausage Road. Whew, it's terrible. I can't get out my house. I got kids, got to go to school. I got to be getting to my workplace on time. So, you know, whatever you guys decide to do, you know, make it convenient for the neighborhoods, cause this is not it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Question, you live on Barwell Road. Where do you work that it's taking you 45 minutes to get there?
Well, I am an insurance agent, so I have to travel to multiple clients.
Okay.
So whenever traffic is congested, it takes about 45 minutes. Say, for instance, just to get to Walmart off of New Hope Road and what is that, New Bern Avenue?
Yeah.
I think it's like 14 minutes average, but it turns into about 45 minutes. Even coming back, if you're heading on New Hope Road and then Pool Road intersection, there has been a double lane developed there, so you can merge on to get turned to the left. But you can't even get on that now because traffic blocks that out.
Excuse me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who would like to come up and speak in opposition? All right, so the applicant has 2 minutes for response.
So I'll touch on traffic. In the staff report that you all have a copy of, the TIA determination found that this rezoning would increase trip generation by 14 vehicles in the AM peak hour and 16 in the peak hour and 209 vehicles per day. I'll note that we typically find that apartments, multifamily buildings generate less traffic than your conventional single-family detached housing types. As far as the private sale agreement goes, we're not comfortable making that contract public at this point and jeopardizing any relationships that we have right now with the buyer, since this is, again, still under contract.
So a quick question about the trip generation. That's trip generation over the empty site or trip generation over the site developed at what it's zoned for now?
I believe that is under current entitlements.
Under current entitlements, so.
I mean, right now it's zero.
Right,
Yeah.
so, okay, just want to be clear.
Sure, yes.
That is from 3 to 4 stories. We're talking about an addition of less than, or around 15 trips per morning or evening.
That's correct.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
I was going to ask, is there anything that you are comfortable sharing with respect to the land use restrictions within that private agreement?
I will let Kenyon speak to that.
Hi, Kenyon Burnham, 8120 Bentwood Place. I'm here on behalf of the developer KDM Development. So I can sort of read to you what the general restrictive conditions are, and so effectively reading through it, again, it's a block of text about this big, so I'm not going to read the whole thing off, but to summarize, it effectively says no distribution centers, no discount stores, no grocery stores, no wholesale stores, no gas stations, no Jiffy Lube type businesses, no movie theaters, no general stores, no bowling alleys, no health spas, no fitness centers, no storage structures, no fulfillment centers, no pawn shops, no bars, no nightclubs, no restaurants, no car repair based businesses. I think I said no gas stations as well. And then about 10 or 15 other ones that are less relevant to the discussion right now. But yeah, it is a very lengthy restrictive covenant they are placing on the property on their end.
Just to ask, what about like boutique?
Yeah, it's all covered. It's effectively, I mean, to summarize, it's no retail is the way it's the way our attorneys would summarize that lengthy block of again. It's a few pages worth of restrictive covenants they provided us, unfortunately. It's 2 pages
Thank
to be
you.
specific. Yeah, of course.
Was that another question?
No.
Okay, all right. So any more questions or comments before we move on? Okay, so let's bring it back to the table. What's your pleasure?
Is there, so our deadline is February 11th. I'm wondering if there's opportunity to talk about it in strategic planning, just to get a feel for that area a little bit more, and then we can come back and discuss it. I don't know, it's only a thought.
Another thought might be to use it as a case study and not hold them up in their process.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I have a comment that I'm not 100% comfortable with feeling like this project, the rezoning's being influenced by a corporation rather than by the city. But I understand it's complex, it's complicated. And I think that having housing here, although it sounds like everyone would like retail, I think housing isn't detrimental to the area. And it sounds like these folks are set up to have a successful project. So that's a plus, I think. And there was one other thing. Oh, well, when I think of it, I'll tell you, but that was, I know what it was. It was about traffic. I mean, I hear that traffic is a concern. I'm not sure that the traffic is it hasn't been caused by the applicant, so that puts them in a funny position. But what could be done in this area to help with traffic, and are there any plans in the future to accommodate that? I guess that's a
There's
question.
transit.
There's Jason. Okay.
The transit is being built across, right?
So hopefully that would
Yeah.
do some of the work.
What's the best map we have here? Just area map. I was gonna go even further out. We don't have anything further out. Yeah. Apologize for the delay. I'm gonna. Wow, those are big icons. I wanted to take a second to talk about some of the transportation projects that the city and NCDOT have in the area. My understanding of traffic patterns in the area are that one of the phenomenon that caused some difficulty on Pool Road is that at this point, I think it's Maybrook Drive, you go from a 4-lane street to a 2-lane street, and that pinch point causes a pretty lengthy backup down Pool Road. The city has a project that's very close to going into construction to widen Pool Road from Maybrook to Barwell, which will eliminate that pinch point at Maybrook, increase the throughput of this part between Barwell and Pool Road. That's one of the projects in the area. Another one is that Rock Quarry, which is in some ways parallel to Pool Road, has a pretty significant pinch point where it crosses I-40 between Old Birch and Sunnybrook. And the city has funding to widen that to a consistent 5-lane. So it'd be the same width of street all the way from Jones Sausage and New Hope all the way into to the interchange with I-40, getting rid of that bottleneck. And right now, NCDOT and the city are working to get that agreement so that that project can get under construction. And our hope and anticipation is that NCDOT will build all those improvements with the work they're currently doing on I-40. We also have a project to improve the southern half of Barwell Road, which will deal with help Rock Quarry as well. And of course, any of the development that it submits a site plan or does a subdivision has to do their frontage improvements. So very large developments like the Old Town that has been mentioned, has been in front of you, will be doing quite a bit of widening along Rock Quarry and New Hope. Similarly, any large sites up here will do the same for either Old Pool or Pool Road. Pool Road's in our street plan as a 6-lane avenue, though it's built as a 4-lane, and part of those site improvements will be providing, if not the widening, at least the right-of-way and the slope easements necessary to build that at a cost-effectively later. Does that help answer your questions? And Matt did mention the investments in transit in the area here of putting in a park and ride lot and making that a bit of a hub for people to be able to quickly get on a bus and get towards downtown. This is certainly within walking distance of that, and I imagine that the city will continue to operate that service and may increase that in the future.
So I have a question about timing of those things. If all were to go well, would we see all of those improvements in less than 5 years?
We will certainly see Barwell Road, Rock Quarry Road over I-40, and Pool Road within 5 years. Yeah,
Okay.
I think the groundbreaking for Pool Road should be within the next year. Barwell will be a little bit behind that, and Rock Quarry, the groundbreaking, maybe in a matter of months.
So, and this is not really a question for you, but just a thought. So if this site is developed, I mean, they're probably a year away from occupation, and hopefully we would have some of this improvement underway by then. So hopefully there'll be some alleviation of the traffic pain before this project comes online.
I don't want to speculate on their timeline.
Yeah,
but
I understand, but I just trying to understand the timing and hopefully see that there is some light at the end of the tunnel, even if this project goes forward.
A number of the improvements are contingent on other developers building their proportional parts of things, and that's also something that's contingent on
there's lots of moving parts.
Right, their development.
Jason, when we don't get a traffic impact analysis, we don't get to see what the level of service is on these roads. Do you know offhand what the level of service is on Pool Road at this
No, I'd imagine that at the intersection of Maybrook where you have that queuing issue, it's pretty low, but I don't want to even venture to guess what that number would actually be. I would suspect that the occasion, and part of the reason I'm using one data point of personal experience here, which is nothing compared to the residents who experience that daily, but the city had a public meeting for the Barwell Road project at the Barwell Road Community Center, and many of us traveled from downtown in city pool vehicles to get there. Myself and the project and one of my colleagues took Pool Road, ended up in that queue, and decided to try to to see some of the neighborhood and understand what was happening around us, and ended up taking much longer than we'd expected, partly because streets weren't connected, and to be honest, we got lost a little bit. That seemed like a pretty low level of service at that intersection, and certainly a frustrating situation.
Okay, well, thanks. So I made a note which
thank you.
May have some relevance here. The fact that this is CX4 and is seeking a redesignation of the future land use map category to CX introduces CX north of Pool Road for an area, not just for this site. And CX is a category that allows up to 12 stories in heights and pretty intense development. That seems to me undesirable, whatever we think of this 4-story rezoning project on its own. I think it would be very preferable if this were NX3 and consistent with the current future land use map designation.
Just to clarify on your point, the change to the future land use map will be for the subject property alone.
Yes, but
Right.
nothing in Raleigh is all alone. The next property comes along and says, well, we're right next to CX here, so why not CX there?
So switching, if we were to ask, how difficult would it be to go from CX4 to RX4 as a zoning case? I mean, what would be the impediment to that?
Yeah, the applicants can make changes to the case. It would just be an amendment to the application. I would have them speak to their willingness to do so, but a change like that to the application is not unusual, no different than zoning condition, which change often.
Right.
You know, they would just submit a new application. The fee would not change because it's still general use.
All right, so would the applicant like to comment on the potential RX4 versus CX4?
NX4.
I'm sorry.
Why are you saying RX?
Sorry.
Could be RX.
I told you, this is the cold medication.
It won't matter because as long as that private agreement is still in place, it's going to be restricted to residential.
We prefer to keep this rezoning as a commercial mixed-use based zoning district, and I'll add that the entire surrounding property is zoned industrial mixed use, which is the most intense zoning district in the city. Thank you. Other than IH.
Thank you. All right, any other conversation, comments, questions?
I guess, I don't know how much legs this has, but, we've spent a long time on a lot of other projects talking about even basic affordable housing. And I don't, I'm confused as to why this wouldn't fall into that same category just because they can't do conditional use. It's, it's like, if you really want the increased entitlements, then close on the property and ask for an additional story with some conditions. I mean, I know this is putting the owner in a hard place, but I feel like we're at this point where I fundamentally, up here as a planning commissioner, I don't understand how we can ask for it on some projects and not on others, and just because Walmart owns this property, why are we not asking for it here?
Why we're not asking for affordable housing conditions?
I'm saying letting a general use zoning case kind of go through.
I think it's just clouded by the Walmart thing. I don't think it's anything intentional. It's nothing intentional. Sorry. It's not intentional. I think that it just is overshadowed by the Walmart discussion. But I think it's a fair point. I think one thing that I like about the current zoning change, the way it's proposed, is it might alleviate something down the road if we keep it, if we do like an R, it might be something that would be less than desirable in the future. To your point about providing affordable housing, it would be like, if this is apartments, what would we, to allow them the extra story, what could we do for the affordable component? And what would the applicant be willing to do from an affordable component for the extra story?
All right, we need to bring our plan for this case to a conclusion. So what is your pleasure for how to move forward with this case? Do we hold it for 2 weeks to contemplate our what we've heard today? Do we make a motion to either go forward with this case with an approval or with a recommendation not to approve? So we need to wrap up here.
The one thing I'm just going to say is, from a tax credit standpoint, if they were ever to go that route, this location is too far from any of the amenities, so it would have to be a voluntary.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hearing nothing from the commission members, so.
Well, I'll make a motion just to see if I get a second. to hold this for 2 weeks. And I think, Matt, the question you're asking, it's an excellent question. Maybe we can discuss that Thursday morning in the context of what it is we think our affordable housing policy ought to be. I think in general, we have not asked for affordable housing in Southeast Raleigh because it is considered generally affordable. And this is near a transit location, so has that going for it. Anyway, it's a good question.
Is there any issue with making a motion to hold for 2 weeks?
I was just gonna say, you don't, if everybody's in agreement, you don't need a motion, but it's up to you.
All right. Even if the applicant doesn't want us to hold it for 2 weeks?
I believe your practice in the past is if the applicant doesn't want to, then you guys typically vote on it, but it's up to
Okay.
you.
All right. Where is our applicant? I'm sorry, I can't see you very well. So it sounds to me like we're not ready to move forward on this today because people need to absorb everything they've heard. So do you have any objections to us holding it for 2 weeks?
I don't, and I don't understand how to put affordable housing conditions on a property if it can't be conditional use in the first place.
I think,
That's only my concern.
right.
I don't know how to solve the issue before the commission.
I think there was a proposal by member Tomasulo to move forward with the closing at the current entitlement and then come back and ask for an additional entitlement when you own the property. But this is something that it sounds to me like we need to have some offline conversation and contemplation about. So it would be most helpful if you were willing to let us hold it for 2 weeks.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to the next case.
Morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to introduce myself since we have a new commissioner, Sarah Ellis. I'm one of the staff and the case planner for Z3719, also known as Zero Page Road. So this initially came before you back in November, and it was held at the table to allow the applicant time to get a CAC vote, and that vote has since taken place. So it's a request to rezone just under 3 acres from rural residential, which I want to say is Durham County zoning, and I'll touch a little bit upon that in a upcoming slide. The Northwest CAC voted to recommend approval at a vote of 6 yes, 0 no, with 3 abstentions, and the deadline for Planning Commission action is February 24th, 2020. So the current zoning in the area is generally R6, and you see the subject site is this outline parcel here that does not have any coloring because we do not have Raleigh zoning applied as it's currently within Durham County, so the Durham County zoning on there is rural residential. More general location of the site, it's just on the edges of our planning jurisdiction. So as you can see, Durham County is in green. So Durham County is surrounding the site to the eastern and northern sections. And then to sort of show generally where it's located, there's some residential developments to the south of the site that are located down here. And this property owner also owns a adjacent site sort of in this general vicinity. I chose to show an additional aerial because the previous one was a little dated, and I just wanted to provide this for context to show entitlement that's currently happening in the area, that there's some residential developments going on at a similar density to what is being proposed today through this rezoning. A couple views looking in on the site. So as you can see here, the site is located off of Page Road, and it's currently an undeveloped parcel, but again, you can see, I'm not sure how well they show up in the monitors up there, but there are some streets over here that indicate that there is development that has been platted and that is entitled in the Durham County side, just to give context for what's in the surrounding area. So what's existing versus what's proposed today, it's rural residential, which is Durham County zoning, and that allows for a density of about a unit per acre. So what's being proposed would about triple the permitted density from estimated 4 units today to an estimated 15 units. And there'd be some changes to the setbacks, and that would be a reduction in setbacks on all accounts from today's current Durham County rural residential zoning. This case was presented to you previously, but you did not see these slides before, as this is a new addition to our staff reports and presentations. So We did a carbon emission analysis that shows the walk score is on par with the city average. Generally, we have a check or an X. I just used a dot because it is on par, so it seemed appropriate. Lower transit score than average, and that I'll show in an upcoming slide. And I made a mistake by saying smaller units are permitted here. They're in fact permitting the same size of unit, so that would be no change there. The bus service, there's currently no bus service within an area that I was able to zoom into and also show the context of the site. And walk score says that essentially bus trips are not accessible from this area, just where it's located. That's the same for future bus service, though we don't have any planned routes that would reach this area. As far as the affordability analysis, this would add housing to the supply. It allows for increase in density by about 3 times what's permitted today. Does not include any subsidized units or permit a variety of housing types. It would just allow for the single family detached, although it would allow for smaller lots than the citywide average. And again, it's not within walking distance of any transit. So the future land use map on here is blank again because this is located in Durham County today. So we do not have Raleigh future land use map guidance provided to this area. However, through this rezoning process, should it be approved, that guidance would be provided, and I'll show you in an upcoming slide what that would be. But the closest corresponding district per staff's analysis is low density residential, which is the same as the properties surrounding it on the Raleigh side. And just for context again, where you see this RD and these others, this is Durham up there, so it's Durham County zoning. Okay. And similarly, there's no urban form guidance for this site or any of the areas around it. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with what would be the presumed future land use map designation of low density residential, and there's no urban form guidance for the site. It's consistent with policies related to compact development, zoning of annexed lands, and that policy is just saying that the zoning ought to be consistent with what the future land use map designation for the area would be. Infrastructure concurrency, that's relating to public utility availability, which staff has confirmed is available to the site, and zoning for housing that generally speaks to increasing housing, the number of housing units available in the city. The only inconsistent policy is the location of growth, and this is a very location-specific policy. It's simply stating that growth should occur within Raleigh city limits first, and then it would occur in areas outside of the city limits. And as this site is not located within the city limits, it's also would require an annexation to access city services, and the applicant has brought forth an annexation petition that staff will carry forward concurrently with this plan. Or sorry, with this application. So I spoke about this earlier. As there's no flume designation on the parcel, one would be applied through a rezoning request. Approval of this request would amend the map from none to low density residential, and here's what that would look like. So currently we have a blank spot, and then you can see that Durham County is up here. That's why there's no shading in that area. We're just looking at Raleigh's jurisdiction, and then the amendment, should it be approved, would be to low density residential. There's no outstanding issues as the applicant has a CAC vote in, and the deadline for actions February 24th, 2020, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? All right, let's move on to the applicant.
Good morning. My name is Laura Good. I'm with Parker Poe, and I'm land use attorney for this matter. My address is 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1400, Raleigh, North Carolina. My colleague, Jamie Schwedler, presented to you at the November 26th Planning Commission meeting, and Sarah did a great job of giving a comprehensive overview of the proposed rezoning. So in respect for your time, I'm here to answer any questions you may have about that, but I'm not going to go back through the application. I would just say that we have attended the 2 neighborhood meetings as well as the 2 CAC meetings. There were no concerns or opposition raised at any of those meetings. As Sarah stated, the CAC voted on December 11th unanimously in approval for this. So we would just respectfully request that you recommend approval of this rezoning petition, and we would like to go to the first available city council meeting, which my understanding is February 4th.
Thank you. All right. So my notes were not good for this particular case because I wasn't at that November meeting. So did we, I didn't realize that we had heard from the applicant did we also hear from the public at that meeting?
Not that I recall, but
Okay, so,
may have asked and no one came.
all right. So we'll go ahead and ask for public input. Okay, thank you. So is there anyone here to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, is there anyone here to speak in opposition for this application? All right, let's bring it back to the table.
I don't have any, anybody have any concerns about this? I'm ready to move it along and get to the next one. I'll move approval of Z3719 and the associated future land use map amendment from no designation to low density residential. R6 is consistent with the comp plan and in the public interest.
Second.
Any further conversation? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Do you want to put on record your opposition?
No, it's okay.
Okay, all right, thank you, just for the notes. Moving on.
Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. Also, for the benefit of the new members, my name is Don Belk. I am with City Planning. This is a request located at 1031 North Rogers Lane, requesting approximately 11 acres to change from planned development district to manufactured home district with a conditional use. The area is designated on the future land use map as moderate density residential, so this proposal is consistent with the flume. The Southeast CAC voted last week, and they voted 74-2 in opposition to the proposal. The deadline for your action is March 9th. An aerial view, generally this proposal is located near 64 where it crosses the Neuse River, just to the east of the Wyler's Grove Solid Waste Facility. This is a view from North Rogers Lane, showing a tree-lined avenue. The proposal does include a condition that would prohibit any manufactured housing unit within 100 feet of the North Rogers Lane right-of-way. Just a comparison between the existing zoning and the proposal. Presently, it is, according to the plan, to the master plan, it would permit density of 4 dwelling units to the acre and a maximum number of residential units, 111. Under the proposed zoning, the density would decrease, and this would permit about 33 manufactured home units on the site. And you can see the differences between the maximum gross building square footage. Of course, no retail nor office would be permitted under this proposal. Our carbon emissions analysis, it does rank higher than average. However, the nearest transit stop is just over a quarter mile away. And also pedestrian connectivity is limited due to fragmented sidewalk conditions. Regarding the housing energy efficiency, mobile homes are on average more energy efficient than detached houses, about on par with the townhouse building type. Under our affordability analysis, it does add to the housing supply approximately 33 additional units, no subsidized. It would be manufactured homes in this location. It is within walking distance of transit, but again, it's just over a quarter of a mile away from the nearest transit stop. It is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the future land use map, and other policies in the comprehensive plan. some of the consistent policies listed here, including housing variety, note also location of growth, density transitions, greenway trail expansion. There's one inconsistent policy that we determined, and that would be zoning and infrastructure impacts. And that was deemed inconsistent because there are some significant environmental constraints and also some uncertainties regarding site access to the public street, and as well as some issues with the sidewalk infrastructure. I want to go back to a map. I believe I inadvertently skipped that map. It's not showing for some reason, but I'll point out on this map, just below the proposal site is the Kellum Wyatt Farm. That is protected open space. That was purchased by Wake County a couple of years ago with bonds from the Wake County Open Space bond that was approved. The existing mobile home park, it does consist of about 330 units presently. The mobile home park does border this open space to the west. And I would also note that the county owns the property, but the City of Oaks Foundation holds the easement. And both of those parties are currently in discussions regarding a future master plan for this Kellum Wyatt Farm in terms of public accessibility, programming, etc. And it's my understanding that at some point in the future there would be pedestrian access from the proposed rezoning site to any future network of Kelly Farm trails that would take place. Your deadline for action is March 9th, and there are presently no outstanding issues with regard to this case. However, I would like to point out that the applicant has, because of the environmental constraints on the eastern end of the property, it's very wet. It's the desire of the applicant to avoid the expense of building a bridge to cross those wetlands and connect with North Rogers Lane. So they are petitioning City Council next week for a text change that would remove the requirement that manufactured home developments front onto a public street. This would, if approved, that text change would enable the applicant to expand the existing mobile home park by connecting through to the private streets that are currently in that mobile home park. So just to alert you to that, they are requesting a text change on this case. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
Mr. Bell, could you go back to the entitlements changes for the existing and proposed, that one? So there were a few question marks up here about going from 111 units down to 33. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. And then back to the map where you were trying to show us where things were. So there's already manufactured homes near the site or adjacent to the site?
That's correct.
If you were drawing on there, we couldn't see you drawing. So
I will try to do this.
Okay. All right, thank you.
On the north side.
The boundaries, this is basically showing the extent of the existing mobile home park. It does extend from New Bern Avenue to the south off of the map here.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the additional visual.
And you're saying that the new site will provide connectivity to some of the streets within that Kensington Borough?
If the text change is approved, presently city requirement would be that the future development would need to connect to North Rogers Lane. However, the developer would prefer to connect to the internal streets, the internal private streets of the existing park.
Can I ask, is the developer the same as the Kingsborough Estates developer?
The owner or the applicant, the developer, is also the owner of the Kingsborough Estates Mobile Home Park.
Any more questions for staff? All right, let's bring the applicant forward. My notes indicate that we have not heard from the applicant or the public on this, so we're going to go through all of that. So if the applicant could come forward.
Great. Good morning. Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the ownership of the existing Kingsborough Estates mobile home park, about 330 units developed in 1984. And they do have this property under contract for the purpose of expanding and really kind of bringing a street in from the north into that property in order to provide additional 34 units or so. So about a 10% increase of the existing mobile home park. And just to, well, I'll reiterate some of what Don said in terms of our condition and some of the environmental constraints. But essentially, the result of that condition is that all of the development happens on the west side of the wetland area. And so because the developer owns the project to the north, that's where the connectivity would come from, and not having to access from North Rogers Lane. So we avoid those environmental impacts altogether. But so we anticipate all of the development being on the west side of the environmental area. And so a few items, and I want to touch on maybe that. I think there were some questions about the existing entitlement and intensity, and I'll touch on that as well. But we do have one zoning condition that Don mentioned, that we're on the west side, and then just the mobile home, manufactured home district itself limits density to 6 units per acre. The property is currently zoned PD. It was part of the large Rogers Family Farm master plan that includes a couple hundred acres on the north side of New Bern, as well as the Food Lion Shopping Center to the east and the apartment complex to the east. Property in that master plan is designated for kind of commercial on the east side along North Rogers Lane, and then multifamily on the west side. And that carries with it a mix of 6 units per acre on a portion, 14 units per acre on the other portion. So I think that's where you get that current entitlement of approximately a density of 111 would be allowed today. The issue is manufactured homes are not allowed in the PD district. The only district they are allowed in is the MH district. And so this rezoning is really allowing that new housing type, but that comes with a significant reduction in allowable density and entitlement, and obviously a reduction in the trip generation potential from this property. As Don mentioned, we're, again, consistent with the future land use map from a density standpoint, capped at 6 units per acre. And again, the public benefit of this rezoning is to provide additional affordable housing options in this area. You may recall a recent case came before you just to the west, here off Freedom Drive, rezoning for industrial that was immediately adjacent to a mobile home park to the south. And we did a lot of work to provide conditions that would protect that mobile home park, because there was a desire to not kind of set the stage for redevelopment of that mobile home park for something else. There was an effort to preserve those 30 or so units there. And so I think the effort here is to provide even some more additional mobile home units in this area. terms of, you saw in the staff report, we're compatible with the surrounding area. The closest mobile home that could be located on this property to nearby single family is over 1,000 feet, and that's to the east in the Summer Place subdivision. And the closest mobile home unit would be over 1,500 feet from the closest single family home to the south. And obviously we're buffered immediately to the south by the Kellen Wyatt farm. Don mentioned our CAC vote last week. And so there were kind of, I'd call it three maybe primary concerns or comments coming out of that meeting. One was dealing with the use of this street here onto North Rogers with folks from the mobile home park using that public street to access Food Line kind of as a cut through. But just want to reiterate, that is a public street. The folks from the mobile home park are using it as it was intended to provide access from their residential subdivision to the commercial there without having to get in their cars on New Bern Avenue and coming back into the center. They're able just to walk to the grocery store and other services in that center. There was also some comments about placing more homes near a floodplain, and I just want to make clear we're not aware of any floodplain on this site. The IMAPS does not show any. The North Carolina flood maps do not show any. Yes, we have some delineated wetlands on that site, and the whole purpose of the text change is to allow us to connect to the north and to not have to impact those in terms of access. And so we intend to stay out of those delineated wetlands areas. And then also the effect on property values. And just note, again, I noted the distances from these new units to the closest single family home, well buffered by county park, also from buffered in this direction from the shopping, by the shopping center. No one in these subdivisions are driving through the mobile home park to get to their subdivision. We think this is the perfect place to provide for additional affordable housing units in a compatible way. And so, again, reiterate, consistent with the future land use map, consistent with the comprehensive plan, compatible with the surrounding area, and we think it's reasonable and in the public interest in that it is providing additional affordable housing units at an appropriate density in this part of town. And so happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Could you stop the clock? Thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
What was the CAC vote?
I believe it was 74-2.
Okay.
74-2.
Against. Any other questions for the applicant at this time?
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So a few things I'm just curious if have been discussed either with staff or elsewhere. I understand the wetlands. There is a significant frontage on
North Rogers.
North Rogers. There's significant wetlands. There's also a proposed street through the newly kind of indoctrined park proposed on the street plan. I don't know where that is in planning, but I'm assuming that a large connector street is not going to go through a park in the future. Maybe it will, but I didn't know if any sort of block perimeter or any sort of deeding or the excess land, that if the touch is so small that wetlands is critical to the life of that park. I mean, it's hard for it not to be.
Right.
So either providing some sort of benefit, whether it's providing increased access for future growth in the area to add more connectivity, or like allowing the county or foundation to better plan their facilities and be an amenity to the area.
Yeah, so we've spoken with Mark Edmondson at Wake County over this, and then also spoke with Chris Haggerty with City of Oaks Foundations. But even our initial conversations with the county were about, either deeding them the property, providing them access, because we're not going to be touching anything on the east side of the wetlands areas. That's something we're very open to, and also had that conversation with Mr. Haggerty this morning as well. So, absolutely, that's something we have been careful through this process to not anticipate anything or do anything that would cause us to have to rely on the portion of the property on the east side, so that opportunity, remains viable to do something at the development plan stage, whether it's, deeding that portion of the property or providing an easement. But that's very much been part of the conversation. Just from a block perimeter and overall connectivity standpoint, so we've got New Hope, and then Freedom is a dead end. But as a part of that rezoning case on Freedom Drive, you may recall that the street plan also has a street that will be constructed as a part of that development connecting New Hope and Freedom. And actually, there's already right-of-way on the east side of Freedom. And so, in the future, there'll be connectivity opportunity there. That is on the street plan.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I just see this as that key that somewhat a home park, but then connects directly to Freedom. That's why I was just curious how folks at the city are thinking about that, because it does seem like this area is in need of some significant connectivity, particularly with a lot of the traffic that we're hearing about.
Yeah, I think the street to the north, kind of outside the scope of this rezoning, that would be dealt with at kind of a development plan stage for when those. I'll let KJ address that.
Hi again, everybody. Kenyon Burnham, KDM Development, 8120 Bentwood Place. So these are owner-occupied and owned homes. So we do not own and rent them out. They would actually be owned by the individuals living in them, and then they rent the land under it, effectively. And so they're not necessarily hookups. I wouldn't say they're kind of like a double wide, effectively.
What, does your community provide any requirements for maintaining the homes, like deferred maintenance and that sort of thing?
Oh yes, we do have plenty of community standard requirements we hold our residents to. Definitely, yes.
Any other questions for the applicant right now? All right. So there's 3 minutes left for anybody to come speak in support. Is there anybody who would like to come forward and speak in support of this case? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to anyone who would like to speak in opposition. So we have 10 minutes, 2 minutes per person.
Thank you again, Ulysses Lane at 2709 Talbot Court West, and Chair of Southeast Citizen Advisory Council. And this particular zoning case had a lot of input and concern. At that meeting, we had about 91 people, and you could see about 70-some voted. And there was concern about how this was advertised. Most of the people in that area did not find out about this case until the last minute. And because of consideration of that 500-foot notice area, that always causes problems to us in the community, because there's direct and indirect impact. And that 500-foot area is more direct, but the impact that is on the outside of that. So there's a lot of concern that came afterward that probably didn't get into the meetings with the community. So we heard a lot of feedback, and there were input statements, impact statements that have been sent in to you, and I hope you allow some of them to talk. But some of the things we mentioned of concern was the flood zone, was about the land preservation, and also future use as far as future recreational development by the county, how all this is going to fit in future areas that are coming up. This access to the street is also another concern. Just where is that going to impact the scope of visibility of this and the upkeep of the facility? They talk, I heard them mention that they have requirements for upkeep of homes. I don't know who enforces that, how that works. And these manufactured homes, they were concerned whether they were hitched or unhitched trailers. And I imagine if they're double wide, they're probably not hitched. But again, there was questions about that. And of course, property value is always a concern. And also the community is concerned, you know, when we talk about affordable housing, what defines how much affordable housing needs to be in a community and where it needs to be located and how that blend is. I like that mixed community approach, but we want the best that we can have for the quality of life.
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Good morning. My name is Tawana Bazemore. I am a resident of Summer Place. As a matter of fact, my home is within the 500 feet, so I received a letter in August. What I'd like to state here is that while it is very important to have affordable housing in our city, it is more important that all types of affordable housing are available throughout our entire city. The communities located off of Rogers Lane and surrounding Rogers Lane already include mixed housing. We have apartments, 1- and 2-story homes, townhomes, and the existing 333 mobile homes. I know that it's been stated that they are double wides, but that community also includes single wide homes, if that makes a difference. Seeing that we already have mobile homes, why continue to saturate this small area when there are other areas that have less or no homes of this type? Please consider that the existing mixture of homes located off of Rogers Lane and surrounding Rogers Lane as being well balanced as is, because it is very important that all types of housing, affordable housing, are available throughout an entire city and not just certain areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Eric Battle, 5100 Heather Ridge Lane. In the essence of time, I do have an impact statement from the neighborhood. The neighborhoods consist of Summer Place, Village Lakes, Waterford Landing, Lakeland Estates, Noose Ridge, and Anderson Point subdivision, all single-family homes. And we also have an addition of townhomes within Anderson Point. However, I'm going to briefly go through this. One of the major concerns is that approving this will be spatial clustering and create a hotspot for the city of Raleigh for this type of homes, for affordable housing, and it will also create economic discrimination. As we move towards fact-finding, because she covered a lot of things, as we move towards fact-finding, if you were to drive down Rogers Lane, I know they talked about buffers. These homes are visible from Rogers Lane. They're clearly visible to the left. There is no buffering, and we're only talking about the existing mobile homes. We feel like that is negative. There's 2 open parcels that are adjacent, that are commercial in this area, that have been vacant for years. And we feel they are vacant because they back up to these mobile homes. Now, this is a great area of growth. We've got the Rogers Farms development that is in the process of being approved. We have the Raleigh Beach Apartments that are under construction. We've got growth, and we've got great growth. So our development, our community is not against construction. We're not against growing, but we are against this type because we feel like it's going to continue to bring down property values. We already have a development that was approved, Sussex Apartments, that is on the lower end of all these single-family homes, and that's going to bring over 250 250 apartments that are income-based. So you combine that with the mobile homes, as they said, over 300. You combine that we have Habitat houses already as a part of the Noose Ridge.
Mr. Battle, that's your 2 minutes. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have space for 2 more people to come up and speak. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
Yes. My name is Aurelia Macklin. I live at the Waterford Landing subdivision there on the map. to take up where he pretty much left off. We do have those 33 Habitat homes coming on the opposite end as well. One of the things I wanted to talk about was some of the foot traffic that comes from that community, the mobile home community that the present owner kind of briefly mentioned, I think up by the Star, but they actually come through that area that you're talking about. They come out of the woods and walk through and across Rogers Lane, actually in that curve. And I have two, actually they're young men now, but they were teenagers at the time, that I was constantly warning about, because that traffic going around that bend, everyone's driving, a lot of people are driving 50 to 60 miles an hour coming off of Rogers Lane. It's become a major cut through since they opened up the opposite end of Rogers Lane. And so you have that foot traffic that's actually coming through from that mobile home park that I am so fearful of someone's gonna get hit trying to get across there to get to the Food Lion. So that Star that's up there that's talking about that actual road is not where they're coming from. They're actually coming further back from the park, and I guess it must be some kind of pathway that they've actually been able to create now from walking through. The other thing is I've driven through the park, and on the back side of that park, I forget what he just called that street on the back side there, it's not being maintained. There's a lot of single-family homes. There's tarps on some of them. It looks like maybe a couple of them are abandoned. It is not being maintained. And a couple of years ago, I was in the grocery store, and there was a family in front of me, and I remember the kids seemed to be excited or whatever because they were going to have a spaghetti dinner. And I remember this so well because I was taken back by the two young men, because I have two sons who are like 23 now and 18. Oh, my time.
I'm sorry, that's your time.
Okay.
I would like to have heard the rest of the story, but in fairness.
Forgive me, I'm a little nervous. My name is Teresa Robinson, and I'm a resident of Waterford Landing subdivision. And I just want to start off by saying that, not to repeat a lot of what other people have said, that I've come from up north, and I've seen the effects of overcrowding, congestion, crime rates, and decimation of ecological resources as a result of building and overbuilding. And I believe that a lot of people who live along the communities of Rogers Lane, such as myself, we work hard to maintain what we have. We've moved into this area for a reason, and it's because of what it has to offer. And what I say, as far as the investor is, it's easy returns, low risk, low maintenance, and the fact that properties being bought, that people had to bring their homes up, just emphasizes that, overly emphasizes that. And the current homes that are there, as others have said, they're not aesthetically pleasing from the street. So I just don't know what guarantee that this investor will have that this won't be repeated, because you can see the existing homes from the street. And as others have said, with affordable housing, we're about to be saturated with affordable housing all around us. What do we need another additional affordable housing in the form of a trailer park? And there's no disputing that it is in demand, and we do need it, and we are in a state of growth, but I just don't know if another trailer park is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've heard from the public and the applicant has 2 minutes to respond. Is there anything that the applicant would like to say in response to the comments that were made?
Just two items. One, as you think about how this property can redevelop and for what uses and what building types this property would redevelop, think about all the impacts on the environmental. Really, for this property to develop for anything other than mobile homes associated with the adjacent development, access will be required off of Rogers Lane, which will require impacting the wetland area. So really the only way to access this property, because the streets in the mobile home park are not public, and I'll just note that there's no mobile home park in the city where the internal streets are public, they're all private. So access for any other use other than the manufactured housing would have to come off of Rogers Lane and impact the environmental. And then just a quick note on these pieces here along Rogers are still undeveloped. They are entitled for commercial, but the reason they haven't redeveloped is because of the amount of granite and rock in that area. That's the reason that this developer did not put under contract any of those additional lots, was because of the granite problem, and that, just make that note. But we think that the proposed use, the proposed density is in keeping with what's around here, and we think that it's the most appropriate use for this this property, given the environmental and access restraints.
Thank you. All right, let's bring it back to the table. So what is the pleasure of the commission?
If I could provide some perspective. There we go. If I could provide some perspective on a number of fronts, I'll kind of go back and forth with pros and cons. Mobile homes are, I think, perceived as less desirable. Manufactured homes can be very, very nice. And so I think it depends on the quality. I did a Google drive-by just while we were here, and it doesn't seem like the existing product is well kept. So I think that is something that is of concern. I'm going to bring in some perspective from my experience in Denver. About 3 years ago, I was approached by the Denver Housing Authority when I was a consultant regarding a situation where an owner of a manufactured home, mobile home park, decided to sell their land and had every right to do so, and it completely displaced an entire neighborhood. They didn't know where to put everybody. The housing authority was coming to me, asked, how can we help, a very large community? And we couldn't figure out a solution because it completely uproots people, and they either have to disperse because they own the home, but they don't own the land. And so where do they go from that perspective? So that's just insight from experience in my past with a very similar product type. So I thought that might be helpful.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Just that I also think that the text change that's following is, in my opinion, because it impacts the whole development review, it also impacts how to look at this. I know I think some people might think that they're separate, but I'd say that this is kind of getting teed up, that then when the text change comes through, I don't have enough understanding as to what they will or won't have to abide by going through site review, if they do, based on the text change, because we haven't seen it. And so it's just, in my mind, they're not having to go through the same process that every single other development in Raleigh has to go through if they're not going to have to address the street. And so there's a lot of unknowns in my mind. Maybe I'm making things up, but to me that seems like it adds some additional variables to how this fits into the broader context of the area.
Can we get some guidance from staff about that question about the text change?
I'm not 100% certain what text change you're referring to.
To eliminate the requirement for a road connection to North Rogers Lane.
No. So the text change is currently manufactured home lots, not just the overall development, but every individual lot or unit within a manufactured home subdivision. The new standard in the UDO is it has to front on a public street. So theoretically, in order, the current development is non-conforming because all those internal streets are private. And so what it would force is to put public streets through all of those. Now, this kind of piggybacks on the conversation that Planning Commission and Council has had about removing barriers to, the context of y'all discussed it has been townhomes and that missing middle housing, and the impact that having to provide these internal public streets, the impact that has on the inability to develop these small sites for that type of housing. This is a similar impact. To serve 33 mobile home units, you would have to pull in a public street. And so we'll be at council on the 21st requesting authorization for the text change.
So you're requesting authorization for a new text change?
That's right, yep.
And the text change would cover which kind of uses?
So it is a change to the special district provisions applicable only to the MH district and MH use. So it's, I think, the Chapter 6 standards for the MH use.
Okay, so at this point, the text change is not in front of us, and we don't know if it'll be approved or not.
Yeah, we've talked about changing, and the city is in the process of changing the rules about every townhouse needing to be on a public street, but I don't think we've eliminated the requirement yet that there be any public street to a townhouse development. This text change, I think, is attempting to change that requirement so that the existing condition of the 300 mobile home units is continued on these 33, that there are no public streets there.
So to clarify the current state of play in the code, there are a couple provisions that might require you to build a public street. One is block perimeter, and block perimeter applies throughout all of the zoning districts today, but we recently amended the block perimeter standards to provide some exceptions or exemptions for things like small sites or sites that have geographic constraints where they're unable to make a street connection or other things, which can be approved administratively because they're objective. There's also a opportunity to seek relief through a public hearing process through the design adjustment standards. That's the current state of play for block perimeter. The other thing that is historically, when land is being subdivided, is a requirement that lots have to front on something. You can't subdivide and create a lot of landlocked lots. We have created an exception today back in the code that allows townhouses on private streets. For multifamily and for here, there is no subdivision. I mean, they have not subdivided any of this property. All of these units are sitting on a single parcel, or I think in this case, 2 parcels. But block perimeter is a separate standard that applies, that may apply in certain circumstances when developing a large site, even with or without subdivision. You would have to provide a public street through the property. I haven't seen the draft of the text change for MH to know exactly what that is doing or what it means, what the exemption is supposed to be for. Is it for block perimeter? Is it for if they're not creating any new lots and there's no subdivision? And this lot is technically not landlocked, but there are access provisions. You're supposed to provide access to it on a public street. The only public street access has been noted as some sensitive water features between the bulk of the property and the street, and the properties surrounding it don't have any public streets to connect to. I'm not sure exactly how that would have been handled through a development plan review for manufactured housing on this site.
So we anticipate this text change to be at City Council on the 21st. Is that correct?
That's right. And then, I mean, there's really, then it's in staff's hands in terms of when it comes to you. So there's a delay there.
It may not make it to us the 28th, is that?
That's right. I mean, we'd love for it if it would, but I just want to clarify that we're not asking for any exemptions to block perimeter and those other standards. And the anticipation is that this portion of the property would be recombined into that property to the north that has frontage on New Bern. So again, the development itself will still have frontage on a public street. Mm-hmm. It's just those internal streets.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, allow me to reiterate
sure.
on the 21st, a citizen is petitioning City Council to authorize a text change. So presently, there's no text change in play. We'll know on the 21st, and if council authorizes that text change, then there would be a period of time that staff would develop that and bring that forward.
Gotcha. All right, that's helpful. Thank you. All right, so we need to decide how we're going to dispose of this case. We have a lot.
21st. So an issue for me is the condition of the existing mobile home park, and you know, we've glanced at Google Maps about it. Doesn't look great, but I've seen mobile home parks in Raleigh that are well maintained, and I've seen some that aren't. And I think I'd be interested in going and looking at this existing development to see whether I think the current ownership should be given the ability to expand what they're doing. Either they're doing a good job with mobile home housing or they're not. Apparently at the CAC, the opinion was they were not.
All right, so it sounds to me like what you're asking for is to sit on the case for 2 weeks to
And in
defer
2
it.
weeks, we'll know whether
Right.
this text change has
All
been
right.
authorized at all.
Mr. Birch, would that be agreeable to you, or do we need to vote?
No, that's fine. I would ask if any other members of the commission have any other comments.
Sure.
We would appreciate hearing those today so that we can address those if possible.
All right, so we're going to hold it at the table for 2 weeks, but if anybody has anything that they want to ask Mr. Birch or the applicant about between now and then, or ask them to research between now and then, please go ahead and get it stated at this point.
Yeah, I'm just still looking at the kind of raw dimensions of the existing lots and then this lot and frontages. I could be entirely wrong in interpreting this incorrectly, so this will give some time to figure it out. But I thought that even with townhomes, you can only, even with the proposals, I don't know where it's at in the city, but even with all the proposals that we went through, it was a max of 300 feet.
I
That,
don't remember.
You're talking about for dead-end streets? or
Yes.
for- Yes, there are provisions like that in the code. What, and this is current law. As part of the cottage court text change, remember you were considering fee simple lots. For those lots to exist, they can't all front on a public street, otherwise it's not a cottage court. We added to that the provision for townhouse lots. So what that effectively means for a townhouse development is you still may be on the hook for public streets to meet block perimeter and other requirements, but within those blocks, individual lots can front on private drives.
Yeah.
Which has historically had been the case in the code. That option had been eliminated in 2013, and now it's back. And there hadn't been a huge amount of townhouse development under the revised standard. There had been some.
so, but basically, development along a private street under those standards is limited to 300 feet, correct? Or am I misreading that? Could you have a 700-foot long townhouse development along a private street? I thought it was capped at 300.
That rings a bell.
That's for a dead-end street, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was distance from a street that a townhouse
mhm.
unit could be developed.
But that, you would have a dead end at the end of that, because
Yeah,
that's,
but it would be a private street, yeah.
Right.
We're double checking on that.
This is just what,
Okay.
from all of the historical changes that we've been making to accommodate, I want to make sure that we're following guidelines, but I also want to make sure that we're not grossly wavering outside of a lot of what we've already been focused on.
Okay.
So
So is that something that we can pick up next time, because it sounds like a research issue? All right, because we're running short of time and we have still 4 cases ahead of us. So is there anything else from Mr. Birch at this time?
I just wanted to add one more thing for sort of research and maybe discussions for the next 2 weeks. Obviously, the neighbors have concerns, and there may be some other concerns as well about the upkeep. And just curious if there have been other conditions that have been considered or discussed with some of the neighbors up to now, and then if not, if some additional ones could occur over the next 2 weeks. We could discuss those next time.
So you're asking for discussions with the neighbors about their concerns over the current?
And any additional conditions that might alleviate some of those concerns or about
Okay.
the upkeep.
Thank you.
Michael, I was curious what Chris Haggerty was going to say, and I don't think he's back there anymore, is he? Oh, well, there he is. I wondered what the attitude of the City of Oaks Foundation was toward this proposal.
All right, so, and
We can
listen.
get that next time.
All right, thank you. All right, so if you have anything you want to share with us next time, it would be most appreciated. All right, thank you. All right, so we're tabling this one for 2 weeks and moving on to Z4119 Millbrook Road in North Hills. Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
Just give it a few moments for folks to clear out. All right, so this is a request to rezone 7.5 acres from R4 and R6 to RX4. The parking limited frontage and conditions as residential mixed use. The Midtown CAC voted on this request, 11 in favor and 20 in opposition. And your deadline for action is February 25th. You can see the zoning in the area. Everything to the north and east is R6, and R4 is everything on the rest of the map. Here's an aerial view. So the site comprises, I believe, 5 parcels, one of which is bisected by Millbrook Road to the south. You can see it there. Shelley Lake Park is adjacent to the west. Most of the development that you see on the map is low-density residential. There is a townhouse development here, and this is an apartment complex. While those are not detached house building types, they are multifamily building types. The density of those properties is about 6 units to the acre with the set aside of open space. Of course, this is Millbrook here and North Hills Drive. This is looking south on North Hills Drive at the site. This is looking down Millbrook to the west. You can see the portion of the site that is south of Millbrook there. There are a number of zoning conditions proposed, one limiting density to 15 units per acre. Uses are prohibited. Effectively all retail uses are prohibited. There's a small office entitlement left. Of course, institutional uses are permitted as well. That piece of property that is south of Millbrook Road is set to be tree preservation. The likelihood of that portion of the property being developed otherwise is very low due to its topography and encumbrance with a stormwater channel. But just codifying that likely reality. So no building on the subject site shall contain more than 3 stories of habitable space. So there is permitted 4-story zoning, but what they've said essentially is at least one of those stories, likely the ground story, will be structured parking or storage space or non-residential space. And the final condition is that for any section of the building to be 4 stories, that at least one of those stories has to be non-habitable, and the ground floor elevation of the lowest story is below the average grade of North Hills. So there's a lot of topography on the site, specifically on the right here. If you're looking down Millbrook Road, and kind of where this picture is taken is at one of the highest points on the property. So if there is a 4-story building, that first story's got to be below the average grade of North Hills Drive. So looking at the zoning entitlement, it's going from 4 and 6 units per acre to 15 units per acre, which is about 112 units. The setbacks are reduced as well with the residential mixed use zoning district. You can see all your retail is prohibited. There is a small amount of office that is permitted in the RX district, and that is still permitted on the site. The future land use map designation for most of the property is moderate density residential, which supports up to 14 units per acre. The conditions do allow 15 units per acre. The departure from that guidance is not significant enough to make it inconsistent with a net of 7 additional units across that acreage. And there's a portion just on the south part, south of Millbrook Road, that is low density residential. Of course, that area is conditioned to be preserved. So the walk score is below the city average, and that is likely due to the fact that there are effectively no non-residential uses in the area, so not many destinations for people to go to. Transit service is in line with the city average, and there are planned routes, and I'll show you in just a minute, and that score is likely to improve. Of course, the apartment building type is a smaller and more efficient type use. So this shows the current bus service along Millbrook Road over to Lead Mine. You can kind of see Shelley Lake here and the location of the site. North Hills Drive is somewhere here. And so currently the 23L provides 30-minute peak hour service and 60-minute service every other time of the year. And it connects Crabtree Valley Mall to Mini City. So going from employment centers through suburban residential development. And the future bus service maintains that 23L service from Crabtree to Mini City. And there is, by 2027, a new route called for here, Route 32, the Lynn Spring Forest as its working title. And it'll have 60-minute service 7 days a week connecting Crabtree to Triangle Town Center. It does pass by Mini City farther up the route, but is an alternate route connecting those areas. So it does increase the amount of housing in the area and in the city, increasing supply. There are no subsidized units. And you can see the other affordability metrics here satisfied. The comprehensive plan, it is consistent with the future land use map and the plan overall. These are your consistent policies. The Midtown CAC voted here, and your deadline for action is February 25th. I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Any questions for staff at this time?
About that walk score, does it, I mean, people walk presumably over to Shelley Lake. Does that walk score take that into account at all?
I'm not exactly sure. I think what much of that score is based on is the ability to walk to places to solicit goods and services, or running errands and things like that. Of course, this property is adjacent to the 145-acre park, which offers an excellent recreational amenity. I do not believe, my assumption, it does not impact that score because it does have a pretty low score. But I think it's more about non-residential uses and how I can get around without using a car to take care of my business.
Yeah, and just in general. But Raleigh does have a really low, Raleigh really has a very low walk score in general. So what we're comparing it to is not much.
Right. It's like, I believe it's 30 is our walk score citywide.
Any other questions for staff right now?
I'm sorry, I may have missed the slide. Can you point on the map? There was like a section that is not going to be developed.
Yep, so that's right here.
Okay.
It's south of Millbrook Road. It's essentially a storm drain channel. It's a daylit storm facility that brings water from this subdivision below North Hills Drive and in the mine into the Mine Creek, which you can kind of see here as well. This this green Parks and Open Space designation follows the Mine Creek, which is what drains from Shelley Lake south into the Crabtree Creek. And so this property essentially acts as a channel, getting the water. I think it does like this. But so there will be nothing there. There would likely be nothing there otherwise, but they have codified that in their zoning case.
And then, so the site that's part of that parcel that's to the north there, what kind of access would that have? Is there any road access to the larger parcel up there? Would they have a road access to Millbrook to exit?
So I'm not sure exactly where the access will be gained in the site plan stage. Something that close to the intersection of Millbrook and North Hills, my guess is that there might not be access there. There will certainly be access gained to the site from North Hills Drive, but I can't say for certain. There's also some pretty limiting topography in this area as well, which is probably why they're setting some of that aside for parking potentially, would be my guess.
Because it looks like on Google Maps, if you do the earth, there is a little bit of a drive available.
Yeah, so there's a house. There's a house right in here. You can kind of see it, and it has a driveway, of course, getting to it. I think there are other houses back there that are not included. You can see some here. And there's maybe some shared drive access on this side, but there is a house right here, overlooking kind of a gully. If you get back in there, I pulled off to place the sign. But yeah, there's a driveway access there. Now, whether or not that gets developed into
Sure.
a drive to serve that future development, I don't know.
And what's the estimated number of units in that section there, do we think?
Just this specific area,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the acreage is. You know, if you drew a little polygon or something on iMaps and multiplied it by 15, that's the most they could do.
Yeah.
Because they have 15 units per acre, but I'm unable to kind of eyeball that.
And I asked those particular questions because it looks like there's a median there for Millbrook, so it would be like only accessed
Right.
in one direction. For what it's
Yes,
worth.
so
I don't know if that
probably-
matters,
Yeah, there might be. If there was, here we are. If there was a drive there, right, you would either turn out of the property this way and into it in that direction. But it's kind of more of a site-specific question. I'm not really sure how
So
that might play out.
This is looking a little bit ahead, but, or maybe this is a question for you, Ken or Travis, but in site review, I'm trying to understand how, I mean, this is right on Shelley Lake. And I'm trying to understand tree conservation, because it's over 2 acres.
Right.
And if you go back to the diagram, if basically they could use the bottom part for their tree conservation and then scrape the rest of it.
So the way that tree conservation works is, first of all, it's applied to the site, the
Yeah.
development site, and that portion that's south of Millbrook Road is a part of the site.
Mm-hmm.
And tree conservation is conserved through applying a series of priorities. You start with the most, what the code deems as the most important priority, which is an environmental area, so maybe something that's adjacent to a noose riparian buffer. And then you move down the progression of priorities. What most sites find is that the trees along the street edge, which we call thoroughfare yards, are a top priority to save. So for the total of the site, when you apply the requirement for 10%, it likely will be picked up in a number of different places. To your specific question, is it possible that all of the tree conservation is contained on that southern portion of the site? I don't know. I just have to look at the specificity of development and specifics of the site to see if that's possible. I don't know off the top of my head.
Let's also see what the applicant has to say about their intentions.
Yeah.
So, all right, any other questions for staff at the moment? All right, so let's move on to the applicant, please.
Good morning, Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me this morning is Mr. Joe Lassiter and Ron Gibson with the applicant, and Tommy Craven and Ben Williams with Priest Craven and Associates, the engineers. And may ask them to help answer, but I'll try and touch on the 2 questions I heard. One about access off Millbrook and kind of in between the site, and then also tree conservation. So first, access, let's just call it. So first, as of right now, there is no vehicular connection right here. And so what we're anticipating is approximately 4 units on, that portion immediately north of Millbrook that would have access only to Millbrook, right in, right out. So we're anticipating 4 units there, with the balance of the units being accessed off of North Hills Drive. In terms of tree conservation, we do anticipate some being down here on the south side of Millbrook, but due to existing stormwater easements and other kind of encumbrances that don't allow tree conservation, we have to find additional tree conservation on the site on the north side of Millbrook. As was mentioned by staff, traditionally that's done along the street. Here we have to relocate kind of see it a little bit running through the site. A overhead power line, we have to relocate that along the street, which will not allow for tree conservation there along the street, which then means we're looking to those secondary areas. I think we anticipate some along the northern edge there. That's just part of the perimeter, and then potentially some in the rear as well, closest to the park. So I do want to note there is just kind of this one portion that is immediately adjacent to the park. The other portions of the boundary, like here and here, these are additional, kind of private property that is between the subject property and the park. So I just want to kind of identify our one connection point there to the park, or one where we're touching to Shelley Lake. But again, we will have to provide tree conservation on the north side of Millbrook, and we anticipate that along the perimeter of the development. So at a high level, Matt did a great job kind of summarizing our request. The purpose of this request is to permit a residential condo for sale community. We are requesting the RX district, capped at 15 units per acre. We've also prohibited the commercial uses so that it's a purely residential development. We are requesting the height category of 4 stories, but we do, as Matt went over, we have those conditions that essentially say, what we're trying to intending is you'll see only 3, kind of as you're driving along North Hills Drive, with that 4-story being, kind of that underground tuck under parking not visible from North Hills Drive. The parking limited frontage, again, that encourages the buildings closer to the road. Again, because we have the relocation of that power line easement, we'll have that power line, and then we'll have kind of buildings on the other side of that power line there. But intent was recognizing, both existing and future planned bus transit in the area, and kind of creating a sense of place there, and also, the pedestrian connectivity along the sidewalks on North Hills Drive. We just decided to bring those buildings closer to the street. A lot of the discussion at the CAC focused on traffic from the site, and just given the proposed density that's capped by the rezoning, no traffic impact analysis was required. We did do a trip generation analysis. We expect approximately 53 total trips in the AM peak hour, and approximately 66 peak hour trips in the PM peak hour. So approximately, 1 additional car per minute in the peak hour. We recognize majority of those trips will be directly onto North Hills Drive. We expect that the city will ask and require that we line up our driveway with the driveway across the street into North Hills Place. There were concerns about folks coming both north, and south on North Hills Drive above the posted speed limit, concerns about sight distance coming out of North Hills Place, and then what that additional traffic would do in that area. One thing that we went and looked at is what can we do from a restriping standpoint within the current right-of-way and even with the current asphalt, and we think that we can accommodate through a restriping plan. Again, this will have to be worked out at the development plan stage, but we're confident that there's enough right-of-way and asphalt width there today to accommodate a left-hand turn lane into the site and a left-hand turn lane into North Hills Place, which will, at least from a flow standpoint, get some of those cars out of North Hills Drive and provide a safe way for them to turn into the developments. We also looked at capacity for North Hills and Millbrook, and I don't think anybody thinks that there's a capacity issue on both of those streets. Those are both well under capacity, but we did look at that as well when we heard concerns from the CAC about traffic. Again, we think, as mentioned in the staff report, consistent with future land use map, consistent with comprehensive plan, compatible with the surrounding area. We think it's reasonable and in the public interest because we are introducing really a new housing type into this area, that residential for sale condo. There are a number of townhomes and apartments and single family detached, and this is kind of an additional housing variety being introduced here, providing density kind of at a key intersection along existing transit route and where future transit is proposed as well. And adjacent to Shelley Lake, the extensive greenway system, the recreation opportunities there as well. So happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Any questions for Mr. Birch?
I have a question on the piece of property that'll hold 4 units on the west side. Is that little sliver of green next to it, is that privately owned or is that part of Shelley Park?
Talking about this piece right there?
No, on the other side. Well, yes, actually, on both sides.
Okay, well, this is privately owned, and then everything to the west of that piece is Shelley, I believe. I'm almost positive that's all Shelley there.
So if the building is experienced as a 3-story structure from Millbrook, how would it be experienced from Shelley Park just on that particular parcel? Would it be 4 stories in the back?
Well, again,
I mean,
maybe provide some additional information there. Again, I think because there's only 4 units on this portion of the property, we don't anticipate there being tuck under park, and we expect that to be surface parked there.
Thank you.
All right, so we have 2.5 minutes for anyone who wants to speak in support, except I think we have a...
Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure.
There is a 6th zoning condition that I failed to mention in my presentation, and I apologize. The 6th condition says that there shall be a 20-foot replanting area between the property and the townhome development to the north. That length is about 500 or so feet. And what the condition says is where land disturbing activity occurs in this 20-foot area, that it'll be replanted with 5 shade trees, 4 understory trees, and 20 shrubs for every 100 feet. So you can multiply those by 5, and that's how it will be replanted if that land is disturbed in the development. So my apologies for omitting that.
And that, Matt, does that count as part of the tree conservation save, 10% needed?
I don't know.
No. The answer is no.
No.
When you remove trees, they're gone.
All right. So is there anybody here to speak in support of this case? All right. Oh, we have one in support of this case? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Hayward Statham, and I reside in Roanoke, Virginia. I'm here today on behalf of Mrs. Beatrice Johnson, whose address is 5825 North Hill Drive. Mrs. Johnson is 97 years of age, and as she likes to say, she's not old. She's just been around a long time. In 91, she suffered a massive stroke, and which she has never completely recovered. She's confined to a wheelchair, and any movement that she has to be with assistance. The simple task of getting a glass of water for her is not easy. Again, she has to have assistance. As she moves forward through her life, she will need the proceeds of the sale of this property because she has other income which is very, very limited. From what I can tell, the buyers of the property are making every effort to make sure that they meet and comply with the requests of the city of Raleigh. Lastly, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I ask you to give every consideration to moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here to speak in support? You have 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Lisa Anderson, and I live at 910 West Millbrook Road, which is the piece of property we're talking about, the 4 units that they're proposing. I just wanted to address maybe some concerns about tree and what impact it would have for Shelley. I currently live in a home that's 3 stories tall, and there is trees between me and the park, and I can't really see the park. And I don't think they see my home either, but I just knew that there was some concerns about the trees and maybe the impact from Shelley. And currently there's a fence in my yard that delineates city from us, and there's a very thick area of trees there, which would remain in place, I'm sure. So,
all right.
I just wanted to.
The buffering.
The buffering.
Yes.
Ma'am,
thank you.
Thick stand of trees on the city side of the fence, or
yes, on the city side. Okay. Like I can't, even from the 3rd story deck in my home, there's still a lot of trees between me and the park.
Thank you.
All right. So let's move on to anyone here to speak in opposition. So there's 10 minutes with 2 minutes per person, and please be sure to try to not replicate what people before you say. Thank you.
I'm Lubin Pravat. I'm the Vice Chair of the Midtown Citizen Advisory Council. I live at 4213 Wingate Drive here in Raleigh, 27609. The Midtown CAC had presentations and discussions about the rezoning at our 2 recent meetings that were held on November 25th and December 16th. There was extensive discussion among the attending residents and the rezoning requesters. In the end, the CAC voted 11 for and 20 against the rezoning request. The significant issue motivating the attendees against the rezoning was concern about increased traffic difficulties along North Hills Drive, where the driveway for the proposed residential complex will open onto North Hills Drive. They feel like there's a poor sight distance situation there. People are concerned because many current drivers along North Hills currently use excessive speed along this curving street.
Hang on a second. Okay.
Making it difficult for current residents along the street to safely enter the flow of traffic onto the street. They feel additional dwellings will increase traffic density, forcing this existing problem to become worse. Hence the vote against the rezoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, could you take your phone call outside? Thank you. All right, please come forward.
Thank you. I'm John Freeman. I reside at 812 North Hills Place, which is the community of 22 condominium units directly across North Hills Drive from the area being considered for rezoning and development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. On a positive note, I don't think we collectively have any major concerns about the proposed development as described, although we would like to see that power line put underground. We do, however, have major concerns about the traffic and confusion and safety that that increased traffic will create, and the inadequacies of the current traffic pattern proposal to address those changes. We request that prior to approval of the rezoning and development plan that the city make an independent, objective, on-site traffic analysis and develop a proposal to more adequately provide control of what will be an even more dangerous and confusing traffic interaction zone in North Hills Drive. There are at least 4 major concerns for us in the North Hills Place community. All 4 of these also will be concerns for the future residents of the proposed development area as well. They just don't know it yet. First, the speeding traffic coming around the blind curve from north on North Hills Drive. It is a blind curve, which does not adequately show up on these 2-dimensional plan view illustrations. The vehicles on North Hills Drive rarely travel at the posted 35 miles per hour. Second, the heavily traveled Millbrook Road and North Hills Drive intersection. For us and for our neighbors as well, the hill makes this a blind intersection, which again does not show up on the 2-dimensional plan view of the proposed traffic pattern. Vehicles turning north onto North Hills Drive from Millbrook Road suddenly appear over the crest of the hill, and by then they are in full acceleration mode. Third, the projected increased number of vehicles using the proposed expanded cross intersection, which is the only exit from that 108 units right there, That's another concern. That, given the number of units and parking spaces being planned, we feel that the proposed revised traffic flow greatly underestimates the actual additional number of vehicles. So another major concern prompting our request for the city's review.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. That's your 2 minutes.
Right.
Can I help? Okay. Okay. So let me get set. I'm new at this, so.
It's okay.
Is this good at the mic?
You,
you hear me?
you
Should I
need to
be
speak it
closer?
up a little bit, so.
Here?
Yeah, I think you'll be okay.
Because I'm going to have to read. I got to
Okay,
do
that's
that 2
fine.
minutes now.
No problem.
Okay.
Don't forget to say
No,
your name and
I
address, please.
am- Yeah, we're looking for my photos. That one. Well, wait, where's, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Hope this is not eating into our time. I need the,
You're
no,
not,
I need
you're not
the,
losing time yet.
the power, you put it was a keynote or, yeah. Yeah. Because then I can, and then I just have to, that's not me, that's not me. Okay, let me walk out of the way. Well, you can get the last spelling of my name, maybe. Let's go here, and then I'm not seeing my PowerPoint.
343, it's not that one. These three?
Will it go? All right. No, somebody drew on it. I think we're going to have to rock and roll.
Okay, I can get your folder back up.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'm going to be able to.
Can
go
you clear
quick.
that, Mark? Just,
Oh,
yeah.
well.
All right. Never mind. Go on.
Ah, yay. Hallelujah. Okay, we're back in business. Hi, Teresa Labiche, 5889 North Hills Drive. As I stated in my email to each commission member, the rezoning request, Z4119, is not compatible with the city's 2030 comprehensive plan and its growth framework and the future land use maps. Close review of the growth framework map and Flume clearly indicate that the zoning request of an RX4 PLCU with its inclusion of 4,000 square feet of office space and 5 feet front setback is appropriate for the mixed-use community center area designated by the city nearly 6/10 of a mile east of the subject area near the West Millbrook Six Forks Road intersection. Development of the subject property to the level allowed with the RX4 PLCU will negatively impact the families, currently its 4th generation, who continue to live on their land adjacent to the subject site and is out of keeping with the surrounding neighborhoods and the city's 144.8-acre Shelley Lake Park that these properties abut. And I want you to notice that 910 West Millbrook abuts that as well. That was discluded earlier. The proposed property, while multifamily, does not provide affordable housing choice or type. Smallest units are slated to be priced at a minimum of $300,000 to $400,000 for 700 to 722 square feet. Such properties, comparable in height, density, square footage, and price, do not exist in our North Hills area. If these 112 units become rental property due to their inability to sell, the negative impact on our community escalates. The present zoning, R6, with its height, setback restrictions, and density cap, is both consistent with the comprehensive plan and provides an appropriate transition from the West Millbrook Six Forks mixed-use district to low and moderate density residential areas and Shelley Lake Park, a heavily used public recreation facility, quiet open space, and significant wildlife habitat. This rezoning request is not in the public's best interest.
Thank you, Ms. Labiche. All right. This is our last public comment, right? Okay.
No, I think we have more public comments.
All right. Let's see. That was, okay, 2. Okay.
Hello, my name is Carl Eric Nygaard. I'm also a resident at 5889 North Hills Drive. I'd like to provide you the topo map that has been failed to be shown to you for the area. These are from IMAP. If you look closely, almost 50% of the property is in drainage. Along North Hills Drive down to the drainage, the bottom drainage there, which is actually in the floodplain, which has also not been described, is 50 feet of elevation change. We're talking about putting 108 units in there, and there's no way you can do that without putting it right on that drainage. That drainage drains everything from North Hills Place and some sheet runoff from Garden Crest. To put in 108 units on that one large block, you're gonna solidify that property. It's not gonna have anything but runoff totally off of it. There's a proposal for a sediment holding pond next to the sewer line there, but if you look close, the lowest point of the property is a shared property with walkers who oppose this rezoning. It's the Watson Walker property where the drainage comes out. That's the lowest point on all this whole property. And if you do something on the Watkins property, that will also have to be done on property they don't actually own right now, that they actually have been making attempts to purchase to put an additional 25 units back there. In addition, if you look closely between the two properties, there is a right-of-way there, so the two properties don't actually touch together. It's the old Millbrook right-of-way. Let me see. I'd like to show you an actual photograph of the site. Yeah, here we are. Down in the very bottom, this is taken yesterday at about 3 o'clock. Down in the bottom, you can see the shared corner of property that they don't own.
Thank you, Mr. Nygaard. So we have space for one more. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Greta asked me to be here. You know Greta, right? But
and your name?
My name's Gwen Anderson. I live at Ridge Lock. It's low density R4. And I'm in favor of R6 with attention to mature tree preservation, not commercial. And I'm here to invite all of you to come enjoy Shelley Lake Park. This land is not for a few people. Climate change is a worldwide imperative, and Raleigh is in the world. Planners have to rise to consider near and broad impacts of local decisions. We have urban heat island effect, deforestation of mature groves, destruction of complex ecosystem, loss of wildlife corridors and biodiversities. And we have impacts on the park environment intended for the people. Eagles were almost wiped out by DDT, just one chemical, and bluebird populations can be reduced to nothing with one storm. And they eat my cucarachas, and that's a complex ecosystem. So I'd like to, come see the eagles nesting. They don't nest in replanted trees. They nest in mature trees. And Shelley Lake is within 500 feet of this development, and the people there don't know about it. I set up a meetup, Save Shelley Lake. You can see all the people joining. They will be signing a petition against this proposal. North Hills Drive is not North Hills Mall.
Thank you. All right, so we have 30 seconds if somebody else wants to come up and speak, use those 30 seconds. All right, let's bring it back to the table. So comments and questions. I think we're speechless.
I have a question. So having to do with the acreage, the total acreage is 7.5 acres, but some portion of that is south of Millbrook Road and unbuildable, and some portion of it is on the north side of Millbrook Road, but is scheduled to contain only 4 housing units. So the remainder of the total number of housing units, which is 108, would be on how much land?
I can give you a back of the envelope calculation if you give me just a second.
Yeah.
Other questions while we're waiting for that calculation? Other comments?
Is the applicant or staff able to talk about any of the things that were brought up about the consistency or?
And
the drainage? I don't
That's
know.
my fault. I was supposed to give the applicant 2 minutes to come back and speak.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Mr. Birch, would you like to respond to anything for 2 minutes? I apologize.
Again, just reiterate on traffic. Again, the peak hour trips that we expect, and again, we think that the current right-of-way and asphalt can accommodate left-hand turns, which I know it doesn't address all of the properties, but things like sight distance and the safety of that access point are things that will be dealt with at site plan. With regard to stormwater, everything that's flowing through that site today is undetained sheet flowing off the property onto adjacent property. When the site redevelops, yes, we have to detain the stormwater that's generated by our site, which means it's no longer sheet flowing off our property onto Shelley Lake. It is being stopped, detained, treated, and then released at a rate at or below that is leaving the site today, but not sheet flowing off, only at a point. So again, we think we are receiving stormwater from off-site, but we think redeveloping this site will, through providing that stormwater detention, will aid in some of that, especially as it heads towards Shelley Lake. So just wanted to touch on those 2 items.
Thank you.
So this shape you see here comprises 4 parcels, and according to the Wake County record, that amounts to 5.79 acres.
5.79, so almost 6.
That's right.
So, since we have no further discussion that seems to be occurring, I think we need to decide how we want to handle where this case goes. Do we have any preferences at this moment? Does anyone want to make a motion? Would you like 2 weeks to ponder this case? It seems to me that we're all trying to absorb this. There's a lot of information. It's while this is old business, we really hadn't heard this before. I think I need 2 weeks to think about it. I don't know if anybody else feels like they need to contemplate, or whether you are ready to make a motion.
Well, I'm contemplating. The future land use category here is moderate residential density, which I think is appropriate. And that is 6 to 14 units per acre. Effectively, if I heard Matt correctly, this is something around 19 units per acre on the portion of it that will be built on. Not the entire. We're counting a property below Millbrook Road, which is unbuildable, and I'm not sure why it's in this application at all. But as a practical matter, the area for 108 condos is sitting on less than 6 acres, 18 or 19 units an acre. I didn't take it out to a decimal point. But it's well above 14, and the range of moderate density is 6 to 14. It's not 15, and it's not 18. So that's my observation. I think that, Shelley Lake is a special area. I think development adjacent to it is fine, but it ought to be at a moderate residential density level. Everything around this is built at 6 units per acre, and this is proposing to effectively triple that. So that's my cause for concern. How that translates into traffic on North Hills Drive, I'm not the expert on that, but obviously it's more traffic if you have 108 units than if you have 50. So, my 2.
I had one other question, trying to refresh my memory. If this were, I know that it'd have to go through subdivision plan, but if this were technically, there's much greater stormwater controls in place than if these back 8 owners were to sell their land to redevelop just a single-family home, correct? Because they're half acre.
Question is, are there greater storm water requirements for development at this intensity as opposed to detached housing? I'm getting a nod from our stormwater liaison that yes, that is in fact true. Ashley Rogers is here from Stormwater. She can probably speak a little better to that.
Thank you, Ashley Rogers, Stormwater. So the question is a good one. As a larger development, this site would be subject to the higher standards of nutrient control and rate of runoff control. If these individual lots that have single families were just simply sold and another single family rebuilt, they're subject to something entirely different. Because they're older, grandfathered lots, they would be subject to a percent impervious based on the zoning. So it's two very different, and the rate of runoff and the nutrient is a higher level of stormwater treatment.
Higher for the single family?
Higher than the single family would be.
Not for the single family, but.
Or if each individual, the question I believe was if each individual lot that had like a single family home were just sold and a new home, like if that home were demolished and a new one built, they would be subject only to percent impervious based on the zoning, not treatment requirements.
Right.
Any other questions or concerns you want to raise about this case right now? All right. What's your preference about this? Do we hold it? Do we make a motion? Are we ready to act on it and send it on to City Council?
I feel like I need more time, but.
Could you use your microphone, please?
Yeah, I guess I just didn't understand the development with the runoff and the tree preservation, how that will actually look. And then especially to the density of how that will all be kind of combined in there. So that the environmental, the topography, I think, is a big concern. The other thing is I don't know what we can do in terms of planning on our end regarding the, I do think that the drive along North Hills is a concern, and my guess is it is a blind drive, and I think that would be very dangerous to not have a turn lane in both directions. So I don't know if there's anything that we can do from a planning commission standpoint regarding that. But those are my two main concerns.
Specific to the comment about a turn lane, North Hills Drive is designated on the street plan as a 3-lane avenue with parallel parking. And what that means is when the street is completely built out, it is not currently. Right now it's shown as, here you are on North Hills Drive. You see it's 2 travel lanes in either direction, bicycle lanes in either direction, and then on-street parking. That's the current section. What is planned for this street is an additional turn lane that would have a 3, so you'd have one in either direction and a turn lane. And so the development of this property, as most development that fronts roads that are not built to what the street plan is calling for, the development of this property would be required to dedicate additional right-of-way and slope easement to accommodate that future full street section. And so through their development review, that would occur. Now, whether or not they do build out that street at that time is up to kind of our current review staff, but that land would be held aside to completely build the street out as is planned. So the city is calling for a turn lane there. And this property owner would have to give the city land to accommodate that at some time in the future.
And would that be a condition then?
It's required. It's regulatory. It's part of the law of the development code now. Regardless of a condition, they would be required to dedicate that land to the city to accommodate that future street type.
Okay.
And so a condition is not necessary because the UDO already requires that.
Okay, fair enough. And then, so the topography, is there any sort of condition to that? Or, I mean, I just want to get clarification on what that would look like.
I'm not sure exactly.
Are you talking about the
what
sight
you're
lines
getting
for
at.
traffic?
What I'm hearing from you all is that there are some questions about the street and how traffic is impacted, whether or not there might be access off Millbrook Road, and just general information about how stormwater is treated here. And I think what we can do is bring back more information for you. I'm hearing that you might need more time, and I think we can be prepared with that information for your next meeting, if that helps.
Because if the developable land is limited because of the storm drain, then I think that that would claw back on the number of units that would be available to be built at that capacity.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. But I think it would probably be helpful to us to kind of work with our current review staff and be more prepared with our stormwater staff to think more clearly about that question, and we're happy to do that.
Yeah, because the maximum number of units may not be able to.
That's right. So like right now the case says it's 15 units per acre, and 15 times 7.5 is 112.5. And so that's what their legal entitlement is. When they get their engineers in there and start building stuff out, and they do soil tests and all these other things, and they can't put certain amount of, or they can't build on the site where they want to, then naturally the development will be restricted. What their entitlements say is that they can build up to 112 units here. Now, is that practical with the site constraints? I think that determination gets made later when they get their civil engineers and others in there figuring out
But I do think
how to build.
that changes the tone of the discussion too.
Certainly. That information won't be available until the property owners or applicants pay someone to go design their site for them.
So in the interest of time, because we are already after noon, and this is usually time to adjourn, and we still have 3 cases in front of us. Second, and for staff, and you're okay with us deferring for 2 weeks? All right, so we're going to table it for 2 weeks. Is there anything else you want to get some preparation for next time? Okay.
I would like
All right.
some assurance, and I think probably it can be given, that there's a consistent.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I didn't catch it.
There's be concerned about that too.
All right, so we want to hear about the tree line between Shelley Lake and this property. Okay, let's table it and move on. So before we go on, I'd like to get a feel for who's here for what cases after the folks leave for this case. So if we could give folks from this case a second to leave the room, and then I'll take a show of hands about these other cases.
Yes, you go that door, you have to end up going that way anyway, so.
You've got to leave. Okay, well, let me see what we've got left here.
There's an elevator, pass the elevator and keep walking around the hallway, straight ahead.
All right.
No, you just walk up.
We're not going to lose a quorum?
So is there anyone here for case Z4219? All right, just hang on. Is there anybody here for Z4319? And then who's here for Z4619? All right, what I'd like to do is switch this up and go in the order of most to least, if that's okay, and try to get folks out of here, unless you are okay with deferring your case for 2 weeks.
No, I think ours would take maybe 10 minutes altogether.
Well,
So that, maybe 5, so that I think we could resolve it fairly quickly and go ahead and get it off your.
What case is this?
this is 4219. It would be the next case. So, why don't we go ahead and do yours real quick, and then. So 4319, man, we're just going to have to go. Any thoughts from staff about how to proceed? I mean, we're going to lose people from the Planning Commission, and we have all of these people here for this. So what are your thoughts? Because it's taken a while to process all of this. We need guidance.
Sure. So you just heard from a number of folks in the audience that they have interest in one of the cases. I assume it was the last one on our agenda?
Well, actually, we've got.
It was Willow. Yeah.
It was
Willow
2 of
Run,
them. It was
right.
Willow Run and the last case in Old Business. So we've got a significant number of people here for that too.
So I'd say let's just move as expeditiously as we can through the items.
Okay, all right. That's, who has to leave shortly? Matt?
I have a 1 o'clock, but I might be able to push it.
All right. So we're going to lose quorum if we lose more than Matt. So,
Yeah, 1-7.
all right.
Once you can lose one person.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, let's go on.
I know there's other people have businesses and jobs too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
I can't stay past 1.
yeah, we're not staying past 1. We're going to move through this as quickly as possible. All right. So, everybody, let's try to keep this compact because we're over time and our agenda was way too long. So, Z4219.
All right, good afternoon. This case is E4219 near the corner of Millbrook Road and Lead Mine Road. So that's just on the other side of Shelley Lake Park. And it's a little over 2 acres. And the goal of this case is to change the boundary between a conservation management district and a residential 6 district to enable the construction of an existing single-family lot that's part of an approved subdivision. And it does have a positive vote from the CAC.
Thank you.
And so you can see the existing boundary between the residential 6 and the conservation management has a bit of a prong there that extends into that single-family lot. And the request is to essentially smooth that out so it's a consistent area of conservation management along the rear of those two single-family lots. And so there is a net increase in the amount of conservation management zoning. It is moot in terms of the approved subdivision that's currently platted there. That was approved under the current zoning and did set aside all the required tree conservation according to the area of existing conservation management zoning for the entire subdivision area, which is about 13 acres. So there you can see the location. It has been graded, the street has been built, and almost all of the lots have been has houses constructed, so there's really just the 2 lots remaining that are in this zoning case. It backs up to Mine Creek. There is a small amount of floodplain there. It's entirely within that open space lot, which is behind the buildable lots. Currently constructed almost completely, that neighborhood. That's the view from Lead Mine, the open space lot. And there are no conditions, general use. Increases entitlement by 2 units. That's assuming it would be a duplex. It's likely to be single family due to the nature of the rest of the neighborhood. Allows single family units. There is a transit route on Millbrook Road within walking distance. Primary tree conservation has been set aside per the approved subdivision. Consistent with the plan and the future land use map. No inconsistent policies.
Any questions for staff? All right, let's have the applicant come forward, please.
Jim Joyce with the K&L Gates Law Firm, 4350 Lassiter at North Hills Avenue here in Raleigh. I'll be brief because you get a pretty good summary from John, and we all know about the time constraints. So I just want to give a little bit of additional context. So the reason that we have this weird little blob on the property is that this is the map from the last time the property was rezoned in 1982. Because the city didn't, there's, as John told you, there's a piece of Mine Creek that runs along the north side of the property. And in order to provide a buffer, before the time when we had required riparian buffers, they created this line that followed the floodway fringe and then the 300-foot contour. And then in 1995 or 96, when the zoning map was converted from a hard copy official version to a digital version, the line, and you really can't see it very well on the slide, but it's the line that you saw in John's presentation. It shifted a little bit. Presumably someone was just trying to approximate the line that was there. And so our first thought was, well, we could just move the line back to where it should have been under the original zoning. That would have resulted in a decrease in the amount of conservation management area. So we asked our engineers to go back, take another look at it, and so the proposal that we're bringing before you actually does, as John said, increase the amount of area within the conservation management zone. So it allows us to build a house on this lot. It's a little more logical than having this blob that is an approximation of what was drawn on a map based on the topo from 37 years ago. So it's an increase. We think it's more logical, and of course it allows us to build that house.
All right.
So happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Who objected? You got one vote against this at CAC. Why?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. We had a couple of questions. Someone was asking about who enforces the conservation management. So we talked about, if someone redevelops the site, then they can't put anything in this conservation area. But I honestly didn't hear any comments that were clearly negative to me. I don't know if. I don't know if there's anyone else here, but.
Thanks.
Any more questions for the applicant? All right, is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak in support? Is there anyone from the public here who would like to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, let's bring it back to the table.
I'll move for approval of Z 4219, changing the Conservation Management District in a logical way that I think is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map.
Any further conversation? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, moving on.
Thank you for going ahead and bringing this up.
All right, good afternoon. Ira Mabel, City Planning. I will pedal to the metal as best as I can. So this is old business, but was deferred last time without discussion because of lack of a CAC vote. So the request is for just shy of 19 acres from R4 to R10 with conditions and a shod yard. And the CAC did vote. Pretty mixed results, 9 in favor, 14 opposed, 12 abstentions. So I'm going to jump. So here's the site on the corner, so to speak, of Leesville and 540, surrounded, or all to the west is developed, for the most part residential. There is some commercial south of 540, and then opposite Leesville is Wake County jurisdiction. Just a note on the shod yard, really just has an effect of trees. In this case, so the Special Highway Overlay District 1 requires a 50-foot TCA in a couple places on the site, which I roughed out in that little green line, so that would be required TCA there. And then that other blue line is the stream mentioned in the staff report. So some environmental constraints on the site. A couple of photos, mostly of the access points. So this is the left turn lane that gives access to Farm Ridge, so that's a left turn going that way. And then the other photo is at the end of Berrycrest, what is now the end of Berrycrest. So in the original, if you did read the staff report last time, there were 3 conditions, 1 prohibiting apartments, 1 capping the density at 6 units per acre, and then a 3rd waiving block perimeter. That block perimeter one has been removed. So the recent text change, adding the exceptions to block perimeter for circumstances such as a site next to a freeway off-ramp, has alleviated some concerns of the applicant, so they've removed that condition per staff request. So an R10 district, only residential uses. The condition capping 6 units per acre. So our spreadsheet math came back with 5.95, but there is a hard cap at 6. So somewhere around 112-ish units. Theoretically possible, although I think the applicant might have some more detail about that. Skip some of this stuff. This map is blank. If there were bus routes nearby, it would show them. Obviously permits townhouses, which are currently not allowed today. Consistent with the future land use map, which is moderate density residential,
which again, as mentioned, is the 6 to 14 unit per acre range. The urban floor map, the parkway on 540, the parkway designation points to the shard yard, so they are keeping that so consistent with urban form. Consistent with all most of the policies about infill and buffering and things of that nature. The one inconsistent policy, sort of a weird application of this. So the way this development of freeway interchange policy is considers this scenario, recommends a mixed use site. So with some commercial and frontage roads and some basically says that this type of site near a freeway interchange is appropriate for commercial uses and should have some commercial uses. So inconsistent because it's purely a residential request. That's all I have.
All right.
Deadline is in March. Any questions?
Questions for staff? All right, let's move on to the applicant.
So.
Just really want one slide out of it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, right? Good afternoon. Isabel Maddox, P.O. Box 946, Raleigh 27602. I'm here today on behalf of Tri-Point Homes, the prospective developer of this site. Here with me today is George Young of Tri-Point, somewhere in the audience, Brendy Vega, land planner of Withers and Ravenel, and Arnaldo Echeverria, our PE of Withers and Ravenel. Also here, I think he's still here, is Dennis Berry, the property owner. Here we have the current zoning of R4 with SHOD 1 overlay, and we're proposing to maintain the SHOD 1 and increase the zoning to R10 with a cap of 6 units per acre. So we have to do R10 to facilitate a townhouse development, but we're capping it at 6 units to the acre. And in fact, our proposal is actually for 79 units, which is actually 4.2 units per acre. In keeping with the comprehensive plan, which is the designation of the future land use map is moderate density, which is 6 to 14. We have capped the density at 6 units per acre. We are not doing apartments, and we've added a condition to exclude the apartment building type, and our other condition caps the density at 6. This will be a for sale townhouse project. It's not affordable housing, but we believe it's more affordable than single-family detached development. We are consistent with the comp plan designation, the future land use map designation, moderate density residential. That classification contemplates R10 or RX, and we're R10. But to make the development more compatible with the surrounding area, we think it's appropriate to cap it at a lower density. The comp plan would support a much higher density here, probably an apartment complex, which could be 260 units or thereabouts. I do have one slide I want to share with you. Please tell me the one slide I wanted on here. Well, it doesn't look like it is. So I brought some handouts just in case, because my office sent this in late and they don't have the one. This is our conceptual site plan, which I'd like to pass around. It shows kind of the layout. It's changed a lot from the one we have on the screen, so I'll just go back here. It's important to note that this area has a lot of sensitive environmental areas. The survey, whereas the staff report shows about 18.18 acres, that's what GIS shows. Our survey is 19.26 acres. Of that 19.26 acres, 6.8 acres are protected areas, stream buffers, shod yards, wetlands. And this would normally require 1.6 or 7 acres of TCA. We're actually proposing just shy of 4 acres. So we're close to doubling the TCA percentage. So you can see on that site plan, the green areas, that's the area in the middle is kind of a mixture of stream buffer, wetlands, and some overlap of the shod area, which is shod protecting that 540 ramp. Access to this site will be a right in, right out onto Leesville Road. That access point is 1,100 feet from the 540 ramp. It's also 300 feet from the Farm Ridge Road, which is the closest access point on Leesville to our north. There was really no way to connect into Farm Ridge because that area is, there's single-family house lots that abut our northern line. Utilities, we obviously will connect to city utilities. Importantly, we will be adding a sewer line that runs along our northern boundary, which will facilitate a future sewer connection should those people in those single-family houses desire to get off septic and connect the city sewer, or should their septic fail in the future, they're teed up now to have city sewer, which we think is a real benefit. They may not want it now, but at some point in the future, they probably will want it. We have attended 2 CAC meetings on December 11th and January 8th. As Ira indicated, there was a 9-14 vote, 14 being against the case. The main issues at the CAC were, as you might imagine, traffic, and the other issue was schools. On traffic, there is an analysis, trip generation analysis in the staff report, but that analyzes this project as if it's 6 units per acre. Our actual proposal is for 4.2 per acre. It's also a little bit higher traffic for single-family detached. They've got to analyze it at the highest possible. But if you boil that down and analyze traffic for the proposal that we have of 79 units, townhouses rather than single-family detached, the change in traffic is strikingly low. It's AM peak increases by 6 trips and PM peak by 3 trips. So it's traffic is not nearly as significant as I think some of the neighbors expect that it would be. We will be extending Berry Crest through the site. We will be adding 4,200 linear feet of sidewalk internal to the site, plus another 250 feet of sidewalk on Leesville, on the more northern part of our property. As far as schools go, we don't really expect a large school-age population in this development. However, there certainly will be some families. The closest elementary is Sycamore Creek, which is very close to this site. However, that school, we understand from Wake County Public Schools, is capped right now. We don't know really what will happen in the future. Schools get capped, and then a few years later, they're not capped. We don't anticipate this project coming online for at least 2 more years, so we don't really know what the situation will be, but there's another school, Barton Creek, which is now used as a swing school, which they usually put school populations if they're renovating their existing school. Right now, that's what they're using that for, but that could open up, that could be an option. That's 2.4 miles away. Neighbors have concerns about schools. The reality is the students from this neighborhood will go wherever they're assigned by Wake County Schools, and we can't really make any difference there, except for to say that there will be some students, they will go where they're assigned. We do think there are some public benefits to this development. It will add added density and townhouse building types, which are lacking in the area. The development will improve traffic circulation by that Berry Crest connection. It will expand public sanitary sewer availability for the properties to the north. And we think this case strikes a balance between the future land use map calls for potentially as many as 260 apartments. But we recognize that the surrounding residential is a mix of townhouses and single-family detached. The Harrington Point, which is the subdivision that abuts this to the northwest, is a mix of both. It's zoned R4, but it was developed at a time when under a cluster unit you could do towns in R4. So the density is really probably maybe a little bit higher. I don't know that for a fact, but I know they have towns and that thing. So I think our area is a mix of single family and towns, and I will note that the staff has determined that we are compatible with the neighborhood consistent with the future land use urban form, and overall consistent with the comprehensive plan. But I think the key thing is to note that this is a balance between the existing environment of lower density residential and what the future land use map would suggest for this property. So,
thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I have 3.
Could you use your microphone, please?
Sorry, I have 3 probably real quick questions. What are the unit sizes, like 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
they're, I think, mostly 3 bedrooms.
Okay. And then what's the parking situation? I see that there's small little parking here. I would 2-car garages per?
Yes.
Okay. And then are there any other amenities that are going to be on the site, like walk paths or playground or anything like that?
I will call on George Young to answer that as far as amenities.
Good afternoon. George Young, Tri-Point Homes, 1400 Sunday Drive, Raleigh. We will have passive amenities on the property is what we're planning. We have not finalized what types of amenities, but sidewalks, walking trails, and some gathering spaces.
Okay, yeah, and I just asked about play, because if it's not like conducive for, like if you're not like advertising this is like a full family environment type of
In all likelihood, we won't have a a full playground type setup. That's not the demographic that we're necessarily fully marketing to.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. So we had, I think, 1 minute left for anybody in support. Is there anybody here to speak in support? So you have 1 minute.
After sitting 2 hours, I'm sorry I only have 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
My name is Michael Silverman. My address is 6160 Blakeman Lane. I'm president of the Harrington Point HOA, and I can speak for 16 residents. I sent out an email to 233 households and received a response from 16. I could give you the name and addresses of those 16. They're all positive. We received 0 negative. In my opinion, this is the best outcome that we as a Harrington Point community could get. I will be talking to the community tonight at our board meeting and presenting where we are with the project. The issues that were mentioned, anyone that builds there is going to extend Berry Crust, so that's not related to this project. And to lessen the desire for through traffic, they're planning to put in 4 curves and work with us to slow down the traffic and keep that manageable. Impact on schools and traffic, I'm sure you all know that Raleigh is the 3rd fastest growing community in the country. If you don't like traffic and growth, this is the wrong place to live. Home values, in my personal opinion, because of what's being built, it will impact positively our home values.
All right,
Thank you very much.
That's your time. All right, so we have 10 minutes for anyone here to speak in opposition, 2 minutes per person. Please don't repeat your points from person to person. So who would like to go first for your 2 minutes?
If I may, I'm not speaking in opposition. I thank Isabel for recognizing me as owner of the property, but I am not as my mother.
Okay.
And the barriers are here. I just have a note I'd like the members to.
You can pass the note around. Is that what you're intending?
Yes, please.
All right.
I have a few more copies if I go back.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak about this case? All right, let's bring it back to the table. So, what's the pleasure of the committee or the commission? Do we want to vote on this today? Do we want to hold it for 2 weeks to think about it? Are we ready?
I'm ready to vote if
Okay.
others aren't.
All right. Anything else then? Okay. So what's the motion?
I'll move to approve Z 4319. Does not require a future land use amendment. It's consistent with the future land use map, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. I think it'll be a nice development on this site.
Second. Second.
All right. And any further conversation? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right. Was there something? Oh, we didn't get to read that. Oh, sorry. It's just
Out of courtesy, I'll read it.
Okay. Last but not least, this is a request to apply a neighborhood conservation overlay district, which I will explain a little bit as a reminder. Did receive a positive CAC vote, 24 to 4 to 2, and your deadline is in April. So a neighborhood conservation overlay district is a multi-step process. This one started in March of last year with a request from a resident for the overlay with pretty strong support from all the property owners. So we got signatures from 33 of 38 affected property owners. So that request is for city council to authorize staff to do a study of the neighborhood, which we did and presented those results in May. So we actually measure the built characteristics of the neighborhood as sort of a guideline for what standards might be appropriate. That study then triggers the text change, which is the process where you write the standard for the overlay district. And now we are in step 4 where we apply that standard or that district to the map. So most of you should be relatively familiar with this case. I know it's been around for a while. This is including today. Sorry, everyone. This is the overview of the area. So again, 38 properties over 33 acres, all developed, all detached, so single family. Most of the immediate zoning is also residential. There is commercial further. I'll skip to this next one along Six Forks Road and Falls of Noose. Uses in the area are relatively mixed, both commercial versus residential, and also within residential. So a range of densities and building types in the area. So just a bit of a closer view. Some photos of the typical construction. So this overlay district has a single standard, which is minimum lot size of 3/4 of an acre. This is where I will note an error in the staff report that says 29 of 38 parcels would be non-conforming with that. That inverse is true. So it should be 9 of the 38. So the built characteristic study, staff is directed to report on the 75th percentile, which is not required to be what the final regulation is, but is meant to be as a guide. So that's what they went for here. So apologize for that typo. This slide is correct. So effectively, this would prevent the simple subdivision, and by that I mean one lot existing being split in two of all but one of the lots in the neighborhood. So there would still be some entitlement left. So you can see 40, which is more than the 38. That would require purchasing 2 lots and dividing them into 3 or something like that. But effectively a reduction in entitlement. The lot size of R4, I believe, is 10,000 square feet. So this is more than 3 times what one would need to redevelop under just the plain old R4. I'll skip some of this stuff. They actually have pretty good bus service. So consistent with the future land use map, which is low density residential, no urban form guidance. Consistent with policies about existing or reinforcing the urban pattern, preservation of neighborhoods, neighborhood context. Obviously inconsistent with things that say we should be more compact and have more housing. And that is all I have.
Questions
Happy to
for
answer any
staff?
questions.
Do we have a policy that says we should have more trees? We do, don't we?
It says we should have more trees.
Trees, more trees.
We probably do. I'll say nothing is stopping anyone in this neighborhood from tearing down every tree they have. So while having a large lot generally means there are more trees, it's not required by zoning in this case.
Okay, that's true enough.
Yeah.
Other questions for staff?
Are the proposed requirements already written into the private covenants for these parcels, for this neighborhood?
I'm not sure if the number is exactly the same, they can answer that. But I believe it's pretty close, yes.
Any other questions for staff? All right, let's hear from the applicant. That would be, oh, is the applicant the city? All right.
Technically,
Okay.
yes, although I believe the petitioner from the original NCOD.
So should we just
President,
say
should you wish-
in support, or, yeah, so
He
let's
spoke
hear
at
from
last
those
time,
in
or-
support.
But yes, the applicant in this case is Mr. Bell.
All right.
I could,
You have 10 minutes, 2 minutes per person.
Yeah, we send it to next one.
There. Make this 5-2 eligible. My name's Susan Hauser, and I live at 7208 Catamount Court North in Willow Run South subdivision. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and also thank you for your patience. This is a long day. I'm a law professor, and I could talk to you about redlining, housing discrimination, how our NCOD is really not about that and would have no impact or effect on that. I could also talk to you about why an HOA is not present in my neighborhood and why it wouldn't work in my neighborhood. And I'd be glad to do that, but I only got 2 minutes. And so that's not how I wanted to spend them. I actually wanted to tell you what I did last Friday. So I got home from school last Friday and went out on my back porch for a late lunch. And while I was sitting out there, I counted 21 different species of birds in my backyard. I counted them, and I actually reported them to the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, which is a great thing to do if you know about that. Now, this was over lunch, less than an hour in my backyard. That is really remarkable. And to me, that sums up what we're trying to protect with our NCOD. Our neighborhood, as you could tell from that map, is a green oasis in North Raleigh. It's surrounded by denser developments. Green neighborhoods like Willow Run have a vital place in the future of Raleigh. In 20 years, we and those who come after us will be very grateful that we made the effort to preserve them. Conversely, if we lose them, we won't be able to get them back. We're asking you to help us preserve our neighborhood for the future by voting for an NCOD that does only one thing. Can I tell you what that is?
If it's short.
That one thing is it would conform the lot size to what our protective covenants do.
Right.
So thank you for your time and for your thoughtful consideration of our request.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Hi, my name is Noreen Fitzmaurice and I live at 7209 Catamount Court North in Willow Run. I've been shaking for 2.5 hours. I married and had my children in Ireland, and we came back to America, and as you can imagine, in Ireland we had a very green place to live. So when we came back, I was really looking for somewhere that had a garden and trees to minimize the trauma on my poor children. I found it in Willow Run, and I'm very glad I did. It is a beautiful, old, established area with many trees. So many trees, and in fact, most of the neighbours are really conscious of preserving this area. I think we employ every arborist in Raleigh in the spring to try and maintain and save as many of the mature trees we have in the area. I also, I know that Raleigh is a diverse area and they need diverse housing all around the place, but in a half an hour of where we are, we have an apartment complex, an apartment, mixed apartment townhouse complex, we have a senior living home, and we have our own very reasonable priced single family homes. Our square footage, our price per square footage is actually less than the townhouses that are behind us. So my children arrived and they were the second generation of children living in this area. the third generation in the last 2 years have just been arriving. We have about 8 new families with young children who have been able to purchase homes in our neighborhood. I really would like for this NCOD to preserve the neighborhood so there can be a 4th generation of children a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have other people who wish to speak in support?
Good afternoon now. I'm sorry to say, but I feel fortunate to be here at what I think is a remarkable opportunity for you. My name is George Fleming. I live at 7101 Catamount Court in the Willow Run South Subdivision. My family's lived there since 1986. It is one of the rare treasures of Raleigh. What I want to be sure we have communicated to you, because this is a somewhat complicated process of a neighborhood conservation overlay district. When we started this process more than a year ago with a petition to the city, we had more than 90% of all the homeowners in Willow Run. Now, not the homeowners that were polled, not the homeowners that responded to a poll. All of the homeowners on these 38 properties, more than 90% petitioned the city to say, we're willing to give up what potentially is some real financial opportunity in the long term, because we have lived with this place that is remarkable in the city. And we're willing to say we will voluntarily put the additional restrictions of a neighborhood conservation overlay district so that this can be preserved. How often do you get 90% of everybody that has to vote on something like this? The Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, if you don't do it, we're going to come under increasing pressure, which will feature clear cutting, lot splitting, tear downs, and houses going up at much higher prices than are currently there. We have attractive, moderately priced homes on lovely lots with a large and expansive tree cover. It's not something we want to lose in Raleigh. We don't think every place in Raleigh should be like Willow Run, but we think Willow Run should be a place that can survive in Raleigh. And we're at your disposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we have opportunity for 2 more people to speak. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in support? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition? All right, let's bring it back to the table.
I have a question for staff. If the goal of this overlay district is to conform the lot size with current restrictive covenants, what's the legal implications of that? How does that add extra protection versus what they currently already have?
I'd be happy to answer if Catherine doesn't want to answer.
What's your question about the private restrictive covenants?
Yes, understanding the need for an additional overlay district if the current restrictive covenants already exist.
So again, the city would not be enforcing those private covenants. What would happen with the UDO, with the amendment for the UDO's overlay district, is that those standards would apply to any future development from the city's standpoint and development regulations. Those would be separate and in addition to any private covenants that exist, but the city would not be enforcing any of those private covenants.
Gotcha. But
So-
the private citizens would still have a right of action in those cases.
So as a practical matter, let's say someone tried to subdivide one of these lots. It's against the covenants, but we don't look at the covenants. So we approve the subdivision, it meets zoning. Then what is the recourse of the neighbors? Will they take that person to court to try to throw out the decision saying you violated our covenants, and then they have a legal battle on our hands? If this is in place, what happens is someone tries to subdivide the lot and we say this doesn't meet the standards of the NCOD, and never even advances through the review process, and therefore the neighbors never have to end up in court over it. I think that's what the intent is that.
Agreed, yep.
I would say that there are private rights of action that exist with respect to private covenants, but with respect to any particular covenants that exist or the ones that govern these properties, again, that's not something I would give any legal advice on what their actual legal options would be. But
Right, okay.
it sounds like this is certainly in line with, and obviously consistent with the plan, and in line with what the neighbors want. Generally speaking, my bigger concern is just looking at what is the role of government, and is it to enforce private covenants for individual citizens, and obviously it's not. And in effect, this case is essentially doing that, is it's having the city step in that case, which, but the applicants have
They followed a
followed
legal
the rules
process,
and the process
yes.
and all of that, and I don't intend to vote against the project at all. It's just a sort of general, high-level concern about what the role of government is appropriate in this case, but you guys have followed the right process and rules, and I don't intend to hold that against you. Yes?
I would share the sentiment that I don't think it's the role of city government to enforce private covenants. So I look at this outside of the realm of private covenants. This is an amazing neighborhood, and it's striking if you go up and take a look at it, at the sheer number of trees that this community has preserved at considerable expense to itself, to the individual homeowners in this community, for the benefit of the neighborhood as a whole and for the benefit of the city as a whole. We need trees. Now, as they said, not every neighborhood in Raleigh is going to be treed like Willow Run South, nor, it's not going to be, nor should it be. And we are going to have dense neighborhoods. But where a neighborhood like this exists, and where there's the opportunity to preserve it, and where the owners are willing to preserve it, even though it's costing them money. And they could cut all those trees down, and as you say, this doesn't say they can't cut the trees down, but it does remove the financial incentive to cut them down, because you can't subdivide these lots.
Correct.
So the impact of this is to preserve a pretty spectacular neighborhood in a community that is otherwise densely built out in that part of North Raleigh. So I want to congratulate these folks for doing this, and I think they're being community-minded. They are not being self-interested. Thanks.
So I hate to cut the conversation short, but it is 5 minutes to 1, and we're going to start losing quorum. So if there's any other point that you would like to make quickly, please do. But I'd like to go ahead and move this to a vote because it sounds like we're there.
Has this been done for any other neighborhoods in the past?
The NCOD.
This type of, this suggestion here?
Yes.
On a number of occasions?
Yes, we've, in the last few years, approved a number of NCODs, the primary standard of which was to increase minimum lot size.
Any other thoughts? All right.
And to conform with the private restrictive covenants?
That I can't tell you off the top of my head, but.
But I agree with.
I was just curious. I understand. Thank you.
I'm in support of this as well, because I believe when a neighborhood comes forward with an NCOD, they've done the legwork and they've put the time in, the sweat equity, and they have followed the law of the city. So I'm going to vote in support of this. So if somebody wants to make a motion.
What's the number of this case?
46?
46. So I'll move approval of Z 4619, of the NCOD for Willow Run South. I think that it is very much in the public interest, and it is consistent with our comprehensive plan.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for staying this long. I apologize that it took so long. We're going to try to wrap up here very quickly. So if you could quietly leave while we try to finish the agenda, we'd really appreciate it. So moving on to the draft of the December 10th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting minutes. Wow, I've held it together for this many hours. All right, any updates to the draft? Hang on, folks. Any updates to the draft of the minutes? Okay. All in favor of approve?
Approve.
Sorry, I should have made a motion. Sorry, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, report from the director. Do you want to say anything before people start to disappear?
Council took some actions and some stuff was approved, and there'll be some more stuff on the public hearing.
All right, any reports from the members quickly?
We're not going to have a transportation committee meeting this month, but we are going to have a strategic plan committee meeting Thursday morning.
All right.
9 a.m.
And,
Third floor?
and there is no text change committee meeting, and there is no committee of the whole meeting.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so, all right.
Is there a conference room I can use?
Meeting adjourned.
We're out of here.
Am I allowed, can I use?